Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back to Final Fantasy V, the full Job Fiesta. Last time we managed to get all the way into World 3. Some people on stream might have already heard that before, because I didn't press the record button, so I did the intro again. Welcome everybody, hope you're doing well. Welcome to you Quadlight, welcome to you Murthas, welcome to you John Ozer, welcome to you Tonberry James, welcome to you Ridiculous Wizard, welcome to you Desert Goth. Welcome to you, Onishiwa. And welcome to you, Northrex. Welcome to you, Dracojin. Hope you're all having a lovely day today. Guten Abend. Yeah, I suppose it's pretty much evening now. That's fair. Rainy. Welcome to the Chocobo, friend. The special ability of this Chocobo is that we can just walk through water. Because... I mean, why not, I guess? Isn't that also the ability the Chocobo has in Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, also known as... Wait, no, Final Fantasy Adventure, not Mystic Quest. I guess it's technically also known as Mystic Quest, but... for the Game Boy. Anyways, we're gonna battle a sandworm menace. We can put it to sleep, but we will need to be able to equip a sword in order to do so, Kara. You can turn into... Oh, you don't... Neither of you have the dance command, though. So... You know what? You guys can just hopefully deal a lot of damage to it and defeat it that way. And then we don't have to worry about putting it to sleep. It only has like 8,200 HP or something. I never remember the exact amount for some reason. That game had vehicles. You don't remember a Chocobo, no? It does. I think wasn't... Oh wait, no, that was the first introduction of a Moogle. But yeah, that game does have a Chocobo. In fact, you mechanize your Chocobo after an accident or something like that. And then it can go super fast or something. I actually don't remember the exact story. I played through that game once. It's been a while too. Welcome to the Antlion. Not that much HP, but it can immediately reduce our current level by half, which is very annoying when that happens. And we just miss our first two attacks. That's not a good start. I probably should have Kara heal, because even though T just missed again with the samurai swords, it feels like samurai swords have a weirdly high chance to miss, but I promise you they seem, well, at least I'm pretty sure they have a 100% chance to hit. Oh, nice sword stance. Oh, and a nice crit. Sonic Wave. Now Kara deals a lot less damage because her level is halved, so I'm gonna just focus on her having potions for our other buddy. Stomach Acid is a little bit of damage, but also inflicts the HP leak stats. I'm gonna think I move Kara into the back row, and now we hope that T is not gonna get hit by Sonic Wave. I'm just gonna throw money at you then. Oh, that's not even that much damage. Because yeah, oh my god, now we deal 0 damage with that. This guy... We should be reasonably close to knocking him out anyways. Yep. My goodness. So this guy can absolutely destroy your damage output, and if he does that early on, without you having like already particularly great damage output to begin with, it's such a menace, dude. Having a level is often more than half the damage output compared to what he did before. And depending on ability and defenses, it can be a lot less than that too. But hey, we got through, it's fine. Splinters. So apparently, the splinter is a key item in our inventory. Admittedly, the key item tab is not something you ever even need to look at, or might not even know it exists in your inventory. But if you go into item, and go to rare in this case, we have a splinter in our inventory. I don't think we can do anything with that. We can't even check like the description or so, it seems. If 4 chops are a fiesta, would two chops be a tango? I like it. Yes. I think it is officially a 2-chop tango now. Takes 2 tanks to tango. You don't know if that's true, but you like how it sounds. Sure, why not? 2 tanks to tango. A 6-chop siesta. Admittedly, we did call the Berserker the 1-chop siesta, because it was a lot of just turning on the stream, running circles in the desert for 8 hours, then going to bed, and then repeating that a few times. Good thing this cave didn't have a roof, otherwise we would have crashed straight into that one, instead of gotten sent over to the library. You've pulled a Berserker in your second run, nice. I hope you have some useful support cast to work with it. It's not just Berserker. Monk, Berserker, Bard so far. Honestly, that's pretty decent. Bard powering up your melee characters, especially Monk and Bard, is such a nice thing to have. Because Monk benefits exponentially more than any other class from the level up song in the end. And I mean, you get to have Berserkers punch things into oblivion. I think that's pretty neat. But then again, the early game might be a bit slow. Good luck to you. What would a 3-job thing be? 3-job... What starts with a T? Maybe we would even need to start with like TH. I don't know. No idea. Anyways, welcome back to the team, Ferris. What are you currently? You're currently normal. You know what? I think I exchanged you to be the dancer because you had equipped shield. But you were the dancer before, weren't you? So I'm gonna turn you back into a dancer. Double grip for extra attack power. Your lance is fine. And you... Were you the knight before? Level 4 knight. I don't think you were the knight before. I think that was Lena. I guess it could be a freelancer now. For extra attack power. Alternatively, we could try to get more into knight, but I don't think there's anything else I would want to get from knight for now. So, let's give you double grip and guard. Health cape, strength armor, ribbon is fine. The Excalibur once again is terrible. So you get the ice sword. Alright. Good enough for me. We technically have a 3 Job Fiesta, it's called Forbidden. True. Your first run has been going well so far. Bots is a thief, Len as a red mage, Ferris is a beastmaster, Gallof was a dancer, and Cry is a ranger. That's a nice team actually. Requires a little bit of extra setup knowledge. But you can make it work. Nice. Alrighty. As you would expect, we're heading over to the Forest of Moor and grab the chicken knife. So we don't really have... We don't really have a good way of using the chicken knife right now, but we will once our dancer gets some dancer equipment. Did I ever pick up the Guardian Dagger? The second one? I did, apparently. I like picking that one up early because sometimes I feel like having extra defenses on my characters. Wrong junction. This one it is. Mark, buck, 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 buck. Welcome to the chicken knife. Chicken knife gets stronger the more you run away over the course of your entire playthrough of the entire save file. The other chest we didn't pick is the Brave Blade that gets weaker if you run away over the entire duration of your save file. The Brave Blade is a knight exclusive sword, so unless I get a knight as my first pick, I don't usually bother with a Brave Blade run. Although in the Pixel Remaster, you actually can power up the Brave Blade again after it loses power, if you just fight consecutive battles. Other versions, you just lose the attack power on the Brave Blade, and if you don't know that thing exists, well, too bad, you're just out of luck there. Anyways, we do have a chicken knife now, and considering that we have 2 other characters that can use double grip, but the dancer cannot, we're just gonna give the chicken knife to Ferris for extra power. The chicken knife is insanely good. It gets up to 127 attack power. We're actually not that high on the attack power yet. But its other special trait is that it... Well, let me buy some potions. Its other special trait is that it equally considers strength and agility for its attack multiplier. Normal weapons, for the most part, just consider strength, and that's it. And effectively, this kind of doubles our bonus we gain if we have a character with any decent agility and or strength, which the dancer kind of has both a decent amount. And even if a character does not have much agility, they still gain a good chunk of extra attack multiplier from it. Like even on a knight it's a pretty good weapon. Plus it's a knife, so most characters can actually use it as opposed to the Brave Blade, which is specific to knights. Or freelancers, I guess. Two completed battles equals one attack restored. I thought people said it was like 4 battles or so. Anyways, welcome to the Gargos. 5,000 HP, and if you knock out one, the other one will revive the other one. You know what we can actually do? Hold up. Ow. We can do this the easy way, because we have a samurai. You want to knock out both more or less at the same time. So, well, we do. We just throw money at the problem until the problem goes away. It's mildly expensive, but it's alright. It's the easiest way to just knock out both at the same time. You can also just petrify, sleep one of them. They have a weakness to a variety of status effects, so those are options. Doom also works if you're lucky. But yeah. Beastmaster alone allows you to choose Shinryu. Omega, good luck. Omega, if you play on the Game Advance version, Omega is easy with a Beastmaster. Because the tame ability specifically applies to not beasts instead of applying to beasts. Which, you know, is a little bit backwards, but that's how it is. Oh, these things are weak to ice. Right, Magnus actually mentioned that yesterday. I forgot about that part. You like to have a decent team, but not super powerful class like Chemist or Blue Mage. That way you actually have to think about catch and release. Yes, I agree. Like, that's kind of one of my favorite things about your team, to be honest. A good way to catch and release. Or like, a good way to think about catch and release, because the other classes don't just solve all the problems by themselves. Anyways, these things are undead, so we can just try to throw Phoenix down at them and hope that it works. You can also throw money at them technically, but that gets expensive real fast. It's also why I put everybody into the back row. Two out of 3? I think that's a pretty good score. Also apparently, I knew these things hit hard. Maybe I should give Ferris the bone mail. Because she is still a 2-shot from these guys. Alright, nice. Okay, the chest in the middle contains a dark matter. We can't use that without a chemist or a cannoneer. I have neither. Chest on the right contains, I think that's the white robe in that chest, guarded by an Archaeosaur undead dragon. We don't really have a good way of taking care of that guy. I guess he's weak to fire. So we could dual wield our flame blade, so... Actually not too bad, I guess, taking that one down. A little bit on the awkward side. So, I think these things are undead, technically. Yeah, it's also immune to confusion. Also, I'm still in the back row because I forgot to put myself back into the front row. Also, if you don't have a thief to run, this trap will activate before you arrive here if you open up any of the chests, usually. I'm just gonna run. A lot of enemies in the pyramid are just undead, so if I try to dance in them and get tempting Tengu, I'm just gonna deal a ton of damage to myself, which is very inconvenient. Anyways, then we have these guys. You cannot run from them. I don't remember how much HP they have, like 7,000 HP? It's a good chunk. They can be confused, however, which would be ideal if we get tempting Tengu here. Soul Sand is also, of course, really good, as you might be able to tell. They're weak to lightning, but actually, the Coral Sword, even though it has much less attack power, might actually still be better now that I see Kara's attack number right there. Jitterbug do it. Let's see, Coral Sword, this is why I kept the Coral Sword, by the way, just in case weakness. Well, I guess I'm not gonna find out in this battle. Anyways, these things can be actually pretty sketchy because they have the same surge beam as Soul Cannon. It's very sketch. So half of our max HP just gone. Mystery Waltz, that's the one dance we don't want to see, and Mission is fine. Oh yeah, Coral Sword is actually a fair bit better here. Nice. Come on, Ferris. Tempting Tango and Swords Dance are both good outcomes. So we have a 50-50 chance of the dancer using a good move. Probably should have healed with the other two, now I think about it. Because I think he can use Surge Beam like every other turn. So I definitely need to heal here. It might not be every other turn, I actually don't remember the exact details. But let's keep the people alive here, I suggest. Plus he of course has flamethrowers and stuff like that. No, wrong dance has. Lost a coin flip 3 times in a row. Oh well. There we go, so Sense will just end it. Good job. That's the nature of Dancer. Don't go into the battle expecting greatness, but just be delightfully surprised when it happens anyways. So these things actually have the same like random-ish movement like the Mughals have, where I think it's like a 50-50 chance for them to move in your character's directions. Very exercise uses on this snake. But also, as long as you don't look at them, they actually don't engage you in combat, so you can just sneak by like that. Just face your back to them, show him the cold shoulder, and you're good to go, probably. Entangle. You know what? If this king is faster than Ferris, might as well just use the Ice Brand here. Knock it out in one. Forlorn Kaiser, 7-string streak. You need to clean the hose. Good luck to you for the cleaning, and maybe even enjoy the cleaning a little bit. Missile, 75% of our HP, just gone. And we're going to attack with Kara and heal with T. Because he has less damage on average, I guess. Coin flips lost. He also didn't, the enemy didn't do anything on his potential search beam turn. Well, I guess he took that person when I said that on average he deals less damage. Because with a crit, it's a lot more. Nice, good job everybody. We don't even need the good dances. Alrighty. The chest on the left contains what? I think that's a black robe. It's magic equipment. I guess I don't care. The chest in the top right behind the sarcophagus is a Thornlet, which is a heavy armor with the best physical defense in the game. But it comes with the downside of having a permanent HP leak status effect attached to it, so sure, you take less physical damage, but you continuously take damage. If you have like thousands of HP, that extra HP leak damage does not really matter, but it matters to us, so we don't do that. Speaking of not doing that, we're gonna go into the back row with everybody here, because these guys are fast and they hit decently hard. But then again, for the most part, they don't do a whole lot aside from physically attacking, except for when there's only one of these guys remaining at the end. Actually, I could have moved you or left you in the front row, because they are weak to fire. And I'm pretty sure our fire sword will one-shot them in the front row. It's probably a better idea. Let's move you to the front. And you wait. Alright, one done, that's good. Then I wait for one of them to attack, and then use a Phoenix Stun on the other. Hoping the Phoenix Stun would go up before that, but it didn't, but that's alright. But here, now, we one-shot this guy. And hopefully we one-shot this guy. There we go. When they're alone, they will use Dance Macabre, turning one of your characters at random, dead or alive, into a zombie. Very inconvenient. So we do have 2 flame shields now, right? I believe that is correct. Yes, 2 flame shields. So we picked up the one here that is the main purpose. There's an ice shield somewhere in the basement. There's a bunch of extra stuff to the right, like a dark robe. But we can buy all of these things in the Mirage Village if we want to. Sekhmet. I think we can confuse that guy. Yep. We can also move to the front row, I guess. And while he's not looking, I guess we run away. I actually should be in the front row here, just in case I decide to battle certain enemies, because there are certain enemies, like, not this one, other ones, that get real sketchy real quick. Okay, apparently she's not weak to fire. I thought she was undead. Maybe ice would work better, since she's kind of like part lizard. Chest on left contain dark matters. Chest on right are just money, which is exactly what I'm looking for. Why are these things called Nile? Who knows? Maybe Nile was in the office at the day. And they needed a name for an enemy. And this is the reason why I'm in the front row. Zephyr zones have a rather extreme run resistance, aka like running away from these things is very unlikely. She also has really high physical defense, so I think the Dumax is actually better than others. Plus, of course, she has high evasion. Why not? Sword stance is nice. That actually might do the trick. She has a rare drop chance for an elixir. On her own turn, she will summon an enemy. And those enemies can actually be kinda scary. Because they're like special types of monsters you have encountered before. Some of them have some weird effects when you capture and release them, such as the Bio Soldier you can summon actually releases with flame for the Beastmaster. So if you need a solution to Merogene, you can actually catch Bio Soldiers from her in order to use that there. Whee! Get the elixir. Money. There's a chest down south that contains a cabin. So it's nice. Good job, Ferris. I think she can be confused, although I'm not sure. Maybe not. Let's see. The chest on the left here contains a Gaia Hammer, which has a 25% chance to cast Quake when you do a physical attack with it. It's also a reach weapon for some reason, so it deals full damage from and into the back row. I did not need to fall down. I was a bit greedy there. I needed to wait one cycle. Anyways, we got a guard ring. I like this thing. Guard ring is basically just really decent physical defense. And also it has the additional benefit to combo with just innate regeneration status. Unfortunately, for the most part, I consider an elf cape for a chance to just straight up dodge physical attacks to be better. I guess it's decent magic defense. Also, we finally get our second ribbon right here. And regeneration, as much as I like the status, is generally speaking not that good. It's good if you can use it from, let's say, a bard at the beginning of a boss battle to just have your health slightly tick up occasionally, just as a little bonus. But besides that, it doesn't have that many uses. Also, that room with the tiles that are just appearing and disappearing, For some reason, the Pixar Master has encounters in there, whereas this version does not. Unless they fixed it in the meantime. You know, it's a little bit awkward when you're in the middle of trying to move across these tiles, then you get into an encounter. Then after the battle, you need to reorient yourself. Okay, where am I? And then you just fall down. It's a bit rude, I would say. So I guess I kinda would like to have a knight for the upcoming battle. Trying to think. Because a second sleep blade would be a good idea. Or well, a second sword user to use the sleep blade would be a good idea. So we can just keep her in her fire weak form. Asleep. Yes, that's gonna be my strategy. Alrighty, so how do I do this? I think I'm just gonna turn butts into a knight in the meantime. Knight for you. Double grip. And you don't get the Excalibur, this deals both damage. Flame sword for you. Strength armor. No guard ring is fine. And yeah, that's fine. Alright, this should be just alright. You can get the slumber blade. I think that should work out fine. Probably. We'll have Fairy still trying to dance. You can also confuse Mary Jane. So Tempting Tangle is useful here. Although Swords Dance I think would be slightly preferable. Now funnily enough, what I can actually do is I can just put her to sleep and then just have Fairies dance the entire time. I suppose that would work. Alrighty. Welcome to Mary Jane. She has 20,000 HP and is weak to fire, at least in the first form. She does have technically a variety of different forms you can have. This is why we have the fire Oh, right, I put this the wrong way around. You were supposed to have the Slumber Blade, and Kara was supposed to. It doesn't matter, because she didn't go to sleep. She's susceptible to sleep and confusion. Bolt 3, Diamond Helmet's coming in clutch, halving the damage we received there. Alright, I guess you just tried to put her to sleep. Well, you can also miss, I guess. Good damage. She skipped her turn, how nice. Confusion, very nice. So here, we're actually just gonna wait until she gets her own turn, because she's gonna automatically unconfuse herself. Did not get sleep, unfortunately. Mystery Waltz for the third time, unfortunately that does not help either. Physical attack, she can do that. Sleep Blade still didn't work. It's unfortunate. Come on, Ferris. I guess that technically deals damage. And that takes you out. Sleep, please, Kara. Did I not equip the Slumber Blade on her? Am I crazy? No, she does. Come on, Kara. There we go. She needed convincing that this is in fact a Slumber Blade. Alright, we're gonna exchange your weapon real quick. Revive Ferris. Because we're gonna order this the other way around, where Kara has the fire weapon, so she deals the damage with it. You get healed. So you survive at least a physical attack, even if you don't survive the other attacks. And I guess you can dance. That's fine, actually. You get the Slumber Blade now. Heal yourself back up to full. I guess we could just continuously dance. That would be an option. Let's dance. Very nice. 2660 damage. She has incredibly high physical defense in her... well, 4 of her 5 forms. Anyways. Oh, I had the... You have the source the other way around now. I'm a dingus. Another source stance, very nice. That's about half of her... Wait, no, that's all of her HP gone. I didn't pay attention, apparently. I was about to say, we're probably about halfway through her HP. No, we weren't all the way. Hey Hoppy, welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. You doing good? That's nice. Alright, and we're just gonna run here. Actually, Ferris is, Lena is tonight, isn't she? So I need to turn you back into Samurai. With double grip. Offkeep, strength armor, Kotetsu is fine. You created your first character in Trails of Destiny. It was a lot of work and it took 3 days, but he understood way much more about the game system, so it was worth it. Nice. What kind of character did you create, if I might ask? You're still trying to come up with what a 3-job party is. The best you got so far was a 3-party tea party. Three-job tea party. It's a tricky one, isn't it? Job doesn't work though. Yeah. Well, imagine her a wandering priestess of the Septian Church. He had an upbringing in a martial arts dojo and even learned one of the title school expert techniques. During her training in the Septian Church, he learned some blessings to wield the Templar sword somewhat decently. A level 2 feat is necessary to unlock the true potential. I see. He went so far as to find what Frisian dance was called. I have never heard of Frisian dance, or Frisian, to be honest. 3-job Frisian Bob. Maybe. Anyways, welcome everybody to World 3. Where Butts is a little bit upset about losing his entire home village. Very understandable. So let's do our usual opening world tour as it just, because I usually like just do this one. Because this gets me right next to the castle too. So don't have to fly here with the airship, and we get our first set of jobs as well. Now the downside is gonna be, I do not want to battle the enemy in here, so I think what I'm gonna do is, for once, we actually want to equip shields here. Flame shield, Guardian dagger. You know what, you can also have the bone mail, why not? Guardian dagger for you. And Len also needs a shield. This guy has a pot for us. Very friendly. And... oh yeah, right, you don't even have anything else either. So the chicken knife gives us a 1 in 4 chance to automatically run away if we attack with it in combat. The downside is going to be that the Slumber Dragon, or what's not a Slumber Dragon, the Shield Dragon, will counterattack with a confusion attack whenever we hit it physically for any damage. So we guard with you, we defend with you, and I guess 25% chance we did run away. Nice. Because normally running away from that encounter is... it's possible, but very unlikely. Very low odds for each individual run or chance to actually trigger. Alrighty, now we have the option of a variety of good weapons. And we can literally use all of them thanks to Freelancer, but one of them we absolutely want is the Masamune. This gives us the ability to, well, equip our samurai with a good weapon for 1. 2, it always gives the samurai the first turn in combat, no matter what. And 3, if we use it as an item in combat, it will cast haste. This thing is just an incredible upgrade over the Kotetsu. This is almost double the attack power compared to your previous weapon. This is so much stronger. It's crazy. Then, what else could we do? I guess the no-brainer would be the Excalibur, because we have a knight and we can dual wield things, so I suggest we just pick up the obvious one. The Excalibur, just a really strong sword, has Holy Element, which is not necessarily useful, but it's only annoying in select few places. Then, what's the last weapon we want to pick up? There's a number of good choices. The Flame Whip is decent, but not quite on the level of other weapons. Yoichi Bow, same deal, I would argue. The Rune Axe, on the other hand, that thing is crazy good, because as long as you have enough MP, you guaranteed critically hit, and it can be double gripped as well, which makes it really strong. So I will probably pick this one. Unfortunately, you cannot double grip spears. The Holy Lance is just, you know, just a spear. It's slightly weak. It's basically the same as the Excalibur, except slightly weaker. This one here would give us a 1 in 4 chance to block attacks. Only a freelancer could equip it though. 25% chance to cast Quake when you're attacking with this. Now the Apollo's Harp is like the one other choice I might consider instead of the Rune Axe. Because attacking with it in combat deals absolutely incredible massive damage against undead enemies and dragon enemies. It's really, really good for straight up damage output. But I think the Rune Axe is just good against all enemies for the most part, so I'm gonna pick this one. It's also probably the most reliable of all the axes. Then again, it still has, I think, a chance to miss as well as damage variance. But yeah, Rune Axe it is. So you will get the Rune Axe for yourself. And that's gonna be fine. A Templar sword is a single-handed blade that can transform into a whip. Oh, fascinating. You believe she's more like a pacifist and pulls out her blade reluctantly, but she excels in swift and adaptable combat style with her Templar sword. She's an evasion-based melee supporter. So more like a tank, considering it's a priestess. You did say she has some blessings. What kind of spells or blessings can you use in that system, if I might ask? Alright, it's trying to run away. If the music here just continues into battle, then you know it's an X-Death soul that we would encounter, but, well, we just don't encounter any. And we're out. I didn't even talk about the mage weapons. The wizard staff just gives you elemental damage boost to all your, well, elemental attacks. By 50%, except for earth and water. And the Sage's staff, I guess it deals 8 times damage, ignoring defense against undead creatures. But that's just basically the same as Apollo's Harp, but at the same time, it is one-handed, so it still works. The magic lamp is an item you can use in combat. Using it as an item in combat allows you to cast the strongest summon, Bahamut, then the second strongest, Leviathan, and then Odin, which is unique because normally Odin has 2 possible ways it can be summoned. If any enemy on the battlefield, when you summon Odin normally, has the flag as heavy, which most bosses have, then he will just do like a single target, strong, physical spell, so to speak. So it's decent for that. But if there are no enemies in combat that have the heavy flag, Odin has a chance, it's not guaranteed, but it's a high chance to just instantly kill all of the enemies. The magic lamp Odin is special because it always guaranteed summons the insta-killing Odin, no matter what. So it doesn't affect enemies that are flagged as heavy in the code, but at the same time, it does mean you can still use the magic lamp for an insta-kill, even if there's there's like multiple enemies, some of them that have the heavy flag and others that do not. So that's kind of its main use generally. One of the reasons why character creation is so complex is that you require to customize one basic craft. I see. I imagine it might be a little bit more straightforward if you are familiar with the game world too. Also, I walked the long way around to get back to the airship when I took over. That was not by accident. That was to get a special item from one of the inhabitants here, the Mirage West, which I'll be picking up shortly. But before that, we're gonna pick up some equipment upgrades with the strongest accessory in the entire game. We're gonna grab the running shoes. Alright, we don't need the scale burst or anything to my knowledge. By the way, I still have the elemental rods. I never ended up breaking those for any reason. Because I didn't feel like it. Let's see, dark matter. We don't need the old katanas anymore. Even if we do, we could always buy them back if necessary or desirable. Don't need the gold shields. We keep the ethers in case I decide to go for float. Or something else, I guess. Morningstar, Ani, Kotetsu, goodbye. Keep the elemental weapons. Galebow, I suppose we keep. The episode is now a little bit outdated. Partisan. Airblade. Diamond shield. Keep the 2 wall rings. And we have enough money to buy 2 running shoes. Running shoes are, without a shadow of a doubt, the most powerful and helpful accessory in the entire game. We're also gonna buy 1 tiara. Because the tiara has the special property of giving your character the sword stance up property. And what this means, it replaces Tempting Tango with another sword stance. So instead of Tempting Tango, Mystery Waltz, Jitterbug Duet, and sword stance, you have sword stance, Jitterbug Duet, and Mystery Waltz. Kind of a shame it doesn't replace Mystery Waltz, because that would make it a lot more useful, but you know, you work with what you get. We also have a second ribbon now that we'll be able to use, so that's gonna be handy. In the meantime, we're gonna unequip the shields for you guys, so you can double grip your weapons again. And wait, you get the Excalibur, and you get a chicken knife. Alrighty, and I think our dancer gets the running shoes, and who's the second strongest person? Probably Kara. You get also running shoes for extra speed. And strength armor, so I can heal you still. Might want to give Lena the bone mail, but enemies have enough power to knock her out through the bone mill, and then I wouldn't be able to revive her anymore afterwards, which would be a bit awkward. Alright, what else do we want? We could grab dark ropes, these have better defenses than the strength suit, but it doesn't give any strength, so it's just +1 agility. Now we keep what we have, it's fine. She was one craft that has one craft that restores durability, soft HP, and removes 2 negative status in a small burst around her. Then she has another one that raises defense parameters, restores a little durability, and gives allies an extra action in their next turn. Then she has a dashing somersault that knocks enemies into the ground, cause you thought a church sister that dashes to an enemy and somersaults him into the ground. It knocks them down, but it's still funny. That's fair. Nice. Hey, yes, Grunt, welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. Alright, we also pick up one of the most important weapons right here. The Thief's Knife. The Thief's Knife gives us an opportunity to steal items from enemies, which I will be immediately going to be using. This is also why we keep the Thief Glove around. And you know what, you can also have the Bone Mill, that's fine. Knives, of course, are just strictly one-handed, so you also get a shield. In this case, I'm gonna give actually you the running shoes with the Masamune. You like to run a walk, so you go for a stroll. Excellent choice. Enjoy your stroll, Hoppy, and until later. And here we also get the Mirage Vest. So, I will probably put this on the Dancer and not take it off. Because the Mirage Vest gives us 1 charge of evasion. Just one. 1 physical attack entirely negated. But considering on how frail our Dancer is, that is probably the best we can do in most circumstances anyways. And if we want to be so cheeky, we can also use it more if we want to. By the way, I love this sound effect here. Ooh. So nice. Don't know why. Then we also ask our friend, the Black Chocobo, which is very purple and blue, to fly us across the world. And the reason why we need our Black Chocobo friend instead of just the airship is because this friend can land in forests, which is very useful because where we're going there is no place for an airship to land, because it cannot land in desert. So we have to land in this forest, and then we walk over to getting Dancer equipment basically, and a lot of money. We could just steal a bunch of extra stuff. This guy on the other hand, this is a scary enemy and also quite difficult to run away from. But we might be able to just knock him out efficiently, potentially. You know what, I'm gonna try and run. Did I not select the run command? Suppose I didn't. I mean, we deal good damage. This thing has 15,000 HP, I think. Sure, let's just dance. 50% chance for a sword stance every turn, which is significantly better odds than before. Literally twice as good. And he also doesn't seem to do anything. He frequently likes to use Maelstrom, which puts the entire party into critical HP, which is why I don't like to fight these guys. I have to heal all that damage up afterwards. Yep, exactly like that. I stole an ancient sword from him. Is that a rare sale? I didn't even remember you could get another ancient sword once you get rid of your first one. Happy Pride. This encounter here, we should be able to run away reliably though, so it's fine. Welcome to Yawning Urine, hope you're doing well. Dance. Half his HP gone. Dance. And I guess we just knock it out from here. Or try to anyways. Ow. Apparently that's a one-shot. Well, I suppose maybe if she had full HP it would be fine, but... No, I don't think she would survive that. Okay, regain the level. Recovering from a cold, but otherwise good. Alrighty. Swift recovery to you. Do you mind if you ask questions out of Fiesta? No, go on ahead. Feel free to ask anything you'd like. And I will do my best to read chat, well, more frequently than I usually do. By the way, if I don't answer anything, it's usually because I'm a dingus, not because I'm trying to not answer, you know. In the Phoenix Tower you cannot run away from enemies in combat, so you're kind of stuck with having to fight everything, but that's just fine by me. We're trying to steal items from these guys. With the Thief's Cloth, our chance to steal is 80% whenever the thief thingy triggers. Unfortunately, I don't remember which enemies I need to steal the items from, so I'm just going to prepare everybody for defense. As hey, guard actually comes in handy. Capture. Wall ring, okay. Not what I'm looking for, but it's a good chunk of money. Sword stance, knock out this one. And then we just defend with you, guard with you. Capture! Coral ring. I'm pretty sure that's the rare steel. 1 in 32 every time the steel triggers to get the rare steel. I'm pretty sure that's the rare steel. Anyways, I'm actually gonna climb the tower too. Left, left, right, except for floor, what is it, 21, 22, and it's right, left, right. If you pick the wrong one, you just encounter a mini-boss. Anyways, one of these is a monster in a box. This guy would like to have elixirs, and 1 in 3 times after we give him an elixir, it's gonna go yippee and run away, which is what we want, because then we gain 100 ability points for everybody. Also Phoenix Stun from the pot itself, I guess, because it's technically like a trapped treasure chest. Let's see, how many rods is considered too many, and what's better than 5th job? You have the choice between Samurai and Chemist. I mean, Chemist is without a doubt much stronger in terms of just raw power, but it requires a lot more setup and considerations on how you play things. Samurai is just innately strong without doing anything more complicated. So either one of these is pretty good, I would say. Yeah, what left is that? Thank you. You wanted to be prepared for your red mage, so you bought 5 of each rod before leaving Karnak. Yeah. Well, 5 of each rod seems pretty solid. For a red mage, what else would you want to do? You could technically buy a lot more of various rods if you decide to break them, because technically, I guess, for a red mage, breaking rods is likely your best damage output against a variety of enemies and bosses. If you buy extra rods, I would personally recommend fire, because at least you could use those against most of the crystals, if necessary or desirable, and they also work pretty well against X-Death. So for extra damage on X-Death, maybe like 10 extra fire rods would be my thinking for a red mage. That's if you just consider only X-Death, so to speak. It's not necessary, but it helps. Alrighty, what do we get? Just gonna defend. Let's see, Kara. Steal. Couldn't steal. 20% of the time that's gonna happen. Haste. Guard. I like how they just attack Lena. Very convenient for us. By the way, I think the chance to steal is 1 in 3. Dynamo putting us into the back row. You know what? That's fine. We deal less physical damage, but we also take less. I'm not complaining. Allure, I think that's a confusion attack, which is very inconvenient. The nice thing about confusion in this game is that the character has 0 physical evasion, so we guaranteed knock him back into not being stupid anymore. Bone Mail makes us immune to being allured, for what it's worth. Which I don't remember who the Bone Mail has, but somebody has the Bone Mail on our side. Come on, steal. Alright, we're back in the front row, except for Ferris, I guess. Steel. Coral ring. Maybe it's not the rare steel, so I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure these ones on the left have the dancing shoes as the rare item. Yeah, we need to knock you out. Try to steal. Hit her. Tiny song. You missed. Dance. Ow. A lot of damage, not gonna lie. Steel. Red shoes, yeah. Red shoes are also an accessory that increase our chances of sword stance. The same way any other, well, the same way the Lamia's Tiara does. And it's an accessory. And on the accessory slot we would like to have Hermes sandals. So it's not as desirable, but I guess it's playable because we do have a way to cast haste. So that's kind of the biggest drawback of not having that removed, I suppose. Doesn't probably just heal. Bonk. Try to bonk anyways. Ow. Minus damage is really good with that sword, huh? Apparently this one is very evasive too. How inconvenient. Stick with Samurai over Chemist as you're a bit of a newbie. Yeah, Samurai is nice because if you run into a problem you just don't necessarily know how to solve, farming up money and just throwing it at the enemies is a perfectly fine solution. Is that new this year? How fifth job worked? In the past you just got Gala's job replaced when you get Crown. Yeah, you replace whichever job you want, which is in my opinion significantly better. Because if you just replace Gala's jobs, then you just don't use Gala's job. Basically, it's kind of the basic in the end, because you get it so late, you hardly have any use for it at that point. Like, it makes more thematic sense. I went the wrong way. Sorry. It makes more thematic sense to replace Gala's jobs, realistically, but it is just so much better gameplay if you replace another job, you know. Couldn't steal. I don't even know what you have for steal. Oh, she has the knife equipped. I was wondering, 300 damage? That doesn't make sense. No, it makes sense. I didn't equip the chicken knife again. That's why she was not using sword stance. Clearly, Ferris was much smarter than me. It's your first year using fifth job, so you were asking for advice? Yeah. Like, Chemist is really good. Honestly, so here's the thing. You don't have to absolutely know everything in order for Chemist to be good. You can also just do a little bit of experimenting. Like, even just the basic mixes of Chemists, like just 2 potions or potion of Phoenix Down, and all of these kinds of things, they are just useful. You don't necessarily need to do anything crazy in order for those to be useful. Also, what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna farm a few runaway encounters right now. Because this is one of the few stationary encounters where you're guaranteed to run away from it. So we're gonna be here for a short while here. Just to power up the chicken knife. But yeah, you don't need to use the absolute power of a chemist in order for it to be good. Like, even just the basic mixes are fine. Basically, it's just a good class, if you will. It elevates it to incredibly insanely good if you end up knowing how to use it. But knowing how to use it is one of these things where all you need to do is just have a lookup table for the effects, and then you go from there to find the useful mix for a given solution. So it's not that big of a deal either. Like, you could technically memorize everything, but I haven't. Then again, admittedly, I usually don't pick chemist if I have the option. Going super overboard in chemist is fun though. It is. Yes, it's also pretty neat. Yeah, just keep in mind, if you play the Game Boy Advance version or Super Nintendo version, if you move around any item in your inventory on a character that has, let's say, elemental immunities and stuff like that, you actually lose those for, I guess, the same reason the evasion buff gets refreshed from the Mirage West. Basically, it just refreshes your character because you could move your weapons around, so the game needs to recalculate your stats and such in case you have a different shield or something. You did X-Fight Monk with a chemist as an Omega kill last year. Nice. You have processing issues, sadly, so there are times of the day where you literally can't read, see text on the screen. You gotta pick your battles. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Samurai is just straightforward and strong. That simplifies things a lot, I will argue. Hey, what's the power of the chicken knife? Oh, let's go for 100 attack. That is 12 more runaways. 1. I'm not gonna count. Throw money. Yes. Preferably in-game. You can technically also throw around money in real life. Although that has varying useful or not so useful effects. Not even money, not anything but that. Masamune is also amazing. Yes, being able to cast haste in combat and guaranteed get the first turn in combat against even back attacks is just very nice. Ah, that's good enough. Well, let's give this guy an elixir for extra ability points. 1 and 3. Yay, thanks. Did not get the 1 and 3. Elixir. 1 and 3. Nope. Elixir. If you have a mage class that can use the Wonder Rod, you can actually reset the battle every time you use an elixir, and regain the elixir by casting the reset spell from Time Mage or the Wonder Rod break. There he goes. Goodbye, buddy. We learned equip swords on Lena, which means she mastered the Night Chop class. Alright, that's the main thing we wanted, right? I think we wanted to have equip swords on our dancer, was it? Wait, what was the plan? Yeah, I think it was equip swords on the dancer. So I guess Lena's becoming the dancer now. Equip swords gives her the full strength from a knight. Red shoes, I guess that's fine. And we also want to unequip you. You actually get... Excalibur is good. You get the Mirage Vest now, because now you need the evasion extra. Then you turn, I guess, you into knight. Yeah, that's fine. You get double grip. Now, we don't have a good second sword for now. What do we do about that? We can have a chicken knife. You know what? You get the rune axe, you get the thieves. Well, actually, no, that doesn't make sense because we want the increased chance to steal, so the thief knife on you is the correct move. So I guess Ferris just has the chicken knife for now. And the shield. Shields are always good. Just need an additional, like, few hundred ability points for the samurai, and then we have the samurai mastered, which is gonna be our freelancer in the end, I guess. We need to have dance on him first though, so we'll turn him into a dancer first, I guess. Anyways, speed you up, you guard. So the Chamkubia that has the thing we wanna steal. Wall ring, no. I swear one of these had like a common steal for a dress. Maybe we just haven't seen that particular enemy yet. Sword stance. It's pretty good, that wasn't in the back row too. Red shoes increase our chance to sword stance, like the Ami's tiara. So it's really good odds. You can dance off the dead? No, that's just rude. Random character, just zombie. No chance to save against it. Unless you are immune to zombie status with angel rings equipped specifically. That's just what happens. Ow. Tiny son. Well, that doubles our shield illusion. Unfortunately, we're not using shields for the most part. So it's just the bad stars effect for now. Because it also reduces our damage output to nothing basically. Our attack power is 3. Alright, and I guess you guard for now. Thank you for dancing. Pretty good damage, I would say. That's actually more damage than the chicken knife dances earlier. That's really, really good damage. I didn't think it would be that much. But she hits like a truck. Excellent. Anyways, our search for the rainbow dress continues. I guess I could continue climbing for more ability point pots. I wasn't gonna go that high, but I guess we can go. Just make sure to pick the correct directions. And hope that we don't use up the remaining elixirs without actually getting the thing. That would be awkward. Alright, pots. I think the pot is on the left here for ability points. Monster in a box. Hello, friend. We have 13 elixirs remaining. Let's see how that's gonna go for us. Yeah, yay, thanks. It also only a 1 in 3 chance for him to run away. So the odds are, I guess, technically in our favor after 3 elixirs. But he could easily just stay if he feels like it. And leech off more elixirs. Number 4. Number 5. There he goes. Goodbye. Thank you for the ability points. Learn to equip shields. And also learn how to dance on Lena, I guess. Now I'm just gonna walk back down. I'm surprised on how few encounters I'm getting. Each individual floor has different like encounter rates and sets, so you encounter enemies on different steps generally. Okay, so you know what? We're gonna dance because this one only has red shoes anyways. It would be good money, but I'd rather not get a zombie every time, or a chance to zombie every time. Romance. Couldn't steal. Can't run. Butts has to do everything by himself. Steal. Wall ring? Yeah. Okay, wall ring is the common steal on these guys. Maybe it is the other ones. The Lamia looking enemies. And I just got weird luck where I got the rare steal twice. The coral ring. I guess we'll see. This seems so obnoxious, now you understand why people get the Wonder One to be able to get a better time with the pots. Yep, costs you significantly less resources. If you can just reset and guarantee the thing after one elixir. Or alternatively, you can just get lucky too. Like, that's entirely within reason. Sword stands her away. Rainbow dress is the common steal, coral ring is the rare steal. Yeah, I figured. I knew I remember something along those lines. Which is why I said immediately when I first saw it, I was like, oh, that's the rare steal. But then I got 2 in a row and I started questioning everything. You should be dead here. Even with the Thieves' Knife. We also keep getting the exact same encounter every time. I'm gonna actually Fiesta Blena first this time. Because I'd like to get rid of you immediately if I can. I'll still try to steal. Just might as well. Oh, that's just poison. Arguably the least dangerous things they can do. Also, switch weapon from one hand to the other, and we get our thing back. You can just move any item in your inventory from one place to another. It does not need to be switching weapons. But if you switch weapons, then you know you're not rearranging your inventory in inconvenient ways. Tiny song. Losing the coin flips. More wall rings for money. Like, this is a really good place for money, all things considered. Because all of these items that we steal from them are worth quite a good chunk. Frogging. There we go. Tiny poison frog. Yay, more for Job Fiesta. Wat meneer Zeidler, meneer, hoop you're doing well. I've been watching Job Fiesta for the last 20-ish hours. Please send help. Now, I hope not consecutively. Please make sure you get enough rest and sleep. I mean, I guess if it's enjoyable and entertaining, why not? Nothing intrinsically wrong with that. At least in my opinion. I'm just gonna rely on Lena to finish off these enemies here. Rainbow suit, there it is. This is what we're looking for. Rainbow suit increases our sword stances. I guess the downside is I can't use my Mirage Vest anymore. You know, I didn't even think about that until just now. Just like, yeah, I finally got the item I wanted all along. And I might actually keep the red shoes equipped anyways. Because having the ability to just not get murdered in the front row with a low HP character is kind of useful, I would say. Did I ever steal from you? I might have. Roulette, one of the characters is gonna die. It's random who it targets. Goodbye, fairies. Actually, don't you have the bone mail? No, she doesn't. She had the bone mail, she actually would get fully healed instead. Get her back up. But big damage. We can get big damage with the red shoes as well, so I just need to cast haste too. And in most encounters, it is actually quite fine, I guess. Oh, she counterattacks the attack command. She does not counterattack. By the way, zombies do get experience, fun fact. She counterattacks the attack command, she doesn't counterattack damage. But yeah, one rainbow dress. We want at least 2 of them. That's the objective here. I mean, right now we don't have other particularly useful things either way. Like no extra haste boots. I guess we could equip the Elf Cape for a chance to dodge. Sure, why not? Also, you know what? We keep Kara as a tiny person. It's fine. Because she will still be able to steal and now has an 80% chance to block physical attacks thanks to her shield being larger than she is right now. Don't the dancer items increase your also sword dancing stacking? I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I think it's a binary thing. You either have the like the sword stance up property or you don't. However, I could be wrong. Steal. Illusion. Now we just need her not to cast roulette, I guess. No, steal. Dynamo. You know what, that's fine. We one-shot you from the back row. With Lena, I think. Like, you would think that it replaces more and more of the dances, but unfortunately it does not. Alright, we have 2 rainbow dresses. You know what, I'm actually curious to just prove whether that's actually true or not, though. So, we have now all the pieces of the dancer equipment. We have the Lamia's tiara, we have the rainbow dress, and we have the red shoes. if it would replace one of the dances with sword dance each time, we would have a 100% chance to sword dance now. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, but let's try it. Also, we are out of here and get to save. Very nice. And out here, I'm not really interested in stealing anything. So Kara back to normal size. And give her the rune axe for extra damage. I guess we could try to master Dancer on T. Well, I guess mastering Dancer is a lot of ability points, like 325 plus 50, I think, was it? That's a lot of ability points if we wanna master Dancer for the extra things. What was I gonna do? Rune axe plus rune sword, I think. But the coral sword might be better, but we still need to go and grab a rune sword. Alright. It actually should have sped up. Let's see. Bonk. Good damage there. Dance. And speed up our dance. I mean, so far it's 100% success rate. 1 out of 1 sword stance since we equipped the thing. So far, it's 100% success rate. 1 out of 1. Wouldn't it be kind of funny if somebody asked that question in chat, everybody else believed that it was the other way around because that's what the algorithms guide says, but then you just randomly try it and turns out we just get nothing but sword stances at this point? That would be quite amusing. It occasionally happens like that in speedrunning too, where somebody just asks, hey, why don't you just do this? The speedrunner answers, oh, because that's slower, and well, we tried that before. But then they tried anyways again, just to demonstrate that it is slower, and turns out to be faster. One guy said it very confidently, so we just never tried. Yeah, at least from my experience, it's more of a case of somebody tried it out, or they think they tried out the various things and it didn't work. But depending on circumstances, various things could influence the results of the testing. In this case, I guess it would be very obvious, like we just get not sword stances at some point, right? But wouldn't it be funny if we only got sword dances from here on out and it actually works? There we go, Jitterbug Duet. Unfortunately, it does not. I mean, I guess it's still possible that there would be like a 3 in 4 chance with 4 pieces of equipment. But I have reasonable confidence that you either get the bonus or you don't. Plus the ribbon is a really crazy good weapon, so kinda wanna equip that. Alright, I think Mirage has to do this. With the red shoes, since... Well no, I'm right here, I could just go and buy more Hermes sandals. That's why you're always skeptical of public consensus. How do you know if you haven't tried it? It's always good to have occasionally people come up and test and question the status quo. I will argue in most cases there's a reason why that's commonly believed, because most of the time it's just correct. But not always. Sometimes you get surprised. we're not gonna use the power ring anymore. And what else? Oh, I guess I could use a power ring to, or power staff to Berserk Omniscient. Anyways, running shoes. Unless I want to backtrack back to Omega, I guess I should buy 4. 1 for each person. No, do I want to have any other equipment pieces? I don't think we need any extras. Like, this is good equipment here, but I don't think we need any. I was gonna use like Mage Masher bounce back on Omniscient, but we can just Berserk him. Probably run up there with 3 characters. Anyways, let's do World 3 things. Outside of that, let's hop over to the Island Shrine. And who has the sword? Nobody. Oh, you have the Excalibur, right? So these enemies actually notably absorb holy damage as healing. So we're gonna give you the Slumber Blade instead. If someone reputable has tested something and documented the testing properly, can vet that they did and then usually trust it to be accurate. And the general public consensus tends to follow that being done. Yes. It's just kind of, especially in gaming, how reliable are your tests going to be? Because some speedrunning circles, for example, are exceptionally thorough with like documenting and testing absolutely everything. In other cases, you're just a bit more lax about the entire thing. And one person tried, like this used to be how it is more or less for Secret of Mana, where we tested a bunch of things, I tested some things, and found that, oh, that doesn't seem to work, and then didn't really think much more beyond that. Oh, that guy's dead, oops. Knock him out, please. Alright. Like, that's something that has happened in Secret of Mana speedrunning, where I think it wasn't actually even a question that anybody asked in particular, but effectively in earlier days of speedrunning Secret of Mana, for some reason I mentioned that, hey, you can technically skip getting the girl, but it is slower. And then during that marathon run I was thinking, wait, actually, is it slower? So I started testing it afterwards, and turns out it's faster, straight up. Alright, I think I'm gonna give everybody running shoes, which means you get the rainbow suit. It's gonna be a frail Lena in the front row. Meanwhile, Peach and the Grand Memory Clover. That's a fascinating one. You still have their biases to check. It's normally solved by them documenting it properly. Yeah, that's kind of the tricky part, to document things properly, right? And let me be frank, in Secret of Mana speedrunning, we didn't really document things properly at all. Still arguably haven't. But I guess with something like the algorithms guide, for the most part, you expect it to be correct because somebody literally disassembled the code and read through it. There's still gonna be occasionally things that are just still wrong because one reason or another. That's just kind of the nature of the beast at times. But for the most part you can be reasonably confident it should be rather accurate. Like, there's only a select few things I am not sure, like the exact drop rate for enemy rare drops is one of them, because according to Samurai Goro, who I have reasonable confidence in, knows a lot about this game, a lot more than me, it's not actually 1 in 16. But I unfortunately don't remember the explanation that was given at the time. But also, I remember it being close enough that I didn't worry too much more about it. Fairies! Cherish just decides, we're out of here. 1 in 4 times, twice in a row. It just happens. Oh. Fairies, I would like to be out of here in this case, please. That would be lovely, because Toad Avis have 30,000 HP. They give no experience. I don't think they even give any particularly good money. And running away from them naturally like this, we just did, is very unlikely. But possible, evidently. Crystal Helmet, slightly more defense, but it doesn't halve all the lightning damage received, so it's questionable whether that's actually any good. You know what, just throw the money at the problem. So I'd like to have the experience from here. How much does that cost me? It's just a casual 15,000 gold, it's fine. Don't worry about it. That's probably not worth it. Then again, we find 15,000 gold in this thing regarding. This is either machine head enemy or a... what's the other thing called? Prototype. Prototype I think is scarier. This is the one we find in the desert pyramid. Can't run. Good. Giant bird is a trash mob, don't bother fighting it, yes. These little birds here, they have a rare steal for a Mirage Vest if you somehow didn't get the Mirage Vest in the other place. Or you would like to have more than one. This is a joke? No, it's actually very true, isn't it? Testers are such an important part of the speedrunning community, and writing things down properly is more difficult skill than people think it is. Yeah. Here we get the Beast Killer. This is a whip. I think it sells for like 5,000 gold, so I'll pick it up because of that. Then we have this room. Oh no, the next one. This room is full of holes that you can't see and just fall down into. I don't remember where they are, so I just don't bother picking up the chest on the right. That chest contains a Dragon Fang. It's basically 2,500 gold. Unless you have a chemist, then you might have other uses for it. Then I think the chest on the left contains like a high potion. On the right you get something like a tiara, which I guess is okay money. But it's a bit further out away than I'm willing to give. Alrighty. Fairies, don't make us run, please. You know, actually don't have to attack the fairies, it's fine. We have a preemptive strike here. And I guess Kara's probably gonna finish this off anyways. There we go. I actually need to check Kara's MP here, funnily enough. Because every time she attacks, she guarantees a crit as long as she has at least 5 MP to spend. Okay, we're fine. I don't have a second good sword, do I? No. So chicken knife is fine. Yeah, it's fine, don't worry. Yeah, alrighty. I could have equipped the shoes here, it's too late. So one of these guys is gonna be real, after we hit them once. Which one? Don't know. Was not this guy. This guy? Nope. This guy? I'm not gonna find out this round. I think 3 of them are in the front row and 2 of them are in the back. Although that might not be true in this version of the game. There's the real one. He actually doesn't switch locations if we don't deal any damage. So I'm actually gonna just wait until then. Oh shoot. Kara had the bone meal equipped. I'm actually not gonna attack until Lena gets the sword stance. Sorry, Kara. I murdered you. This is the danger of the bone meal. It's a really good defensive equipment piece. Just for survivability, but of course, the downside is if you forget about it. And it's gonna switch to rotations because Jitterbug Duet absorbs HP. Okay, it's not that guy. It's not that guy. See this guy again. It could be. It is. Also, this guy's 20,000 HP, by the way. Alright, is it this guy? Nope. Is it this guy? Nope. 50-50 chance for Lena to move. By the way, I think each one of them only has like a 1 in 3 chance to take an action every time they get a turn or something. Okay, it's the other one. That guy's in the back row, so I'm going to actually just hit him. Most of the time, these enemies just do absolutely nothing. It's very convenient, but sometimes all of them decide to just hit you and move at the same time too, which is very unhealthy. And effectively, you can get rather unlucky with how much damage they do. Dude, Phoenix down first. I need to wait. Phoenix down has a slight delay when you use it for some reason. So does Elixir for that matter. It's gonna wait. Confusion. How inconvenient. I think Ferret gets a turn before he does, so we try to dance. Wrong guy. Right. Use... knife. Unconfuse. Unfortunately, that was the correct one with the wrong dance. Oh. Wait, Ferris can check for who the correct one is with the knife. I didn't even think about that, but I think we need to have one extra hit anyways. So it's fine. That's the wrong guy. There's the correct one. Now we're just gonna wait. And then dance. The other dance, please. Dance the sword dance, please. Because I think they just switched locations. Probably. Yep, they switched locations. That's not the real one. That was the real one. Oh, he did anyways, okay. I did not count damage, but that's right. Is Freelancer a valid role? It is if you play in Meteor rule set. Meteor specifically can roll literally anything, including Mime. So I got a Freelancer as my second job class. Most other rule sets don't actually include freelancers or Mime. And you also specifically need to select like advanced jobs if you want to have the Game Boy Advance job classes in either, well, the Game Boy Advance version. Apparently there's a mod, you can use it in other versions too, for the Super Nintendo version. And if you have the old Steam version for this game, apparently those also have those classes. Righty. Sorry, Kara. Maybe I'll remember next time that you have the bone meal equipped. You know what? You don't need the bone meal. You can have the Mirage Vest. Somebody should have the Mirage Vest. It's such a good item. Alrighty. Healing up and walking back outside. If you have a time hit, you can use the exit spell or teleport spell, whatever your version calls it. But we have to just walk. And that's okay, we get some extra experience along the way, probably. The defunct... I mean, I guess it's just no longer on sale. Here's the fantastic part about having a Masamune. Because of the Masamune, Butts got a turn before the enemies got to move, even in a back attack, and we get to run away thanks to that. Oh no. Let me run. Let me run. Run! This thing has like 30,000 HP. Oh, right, Ferris doesn't have to check magic, but... Run! And this thing hits like a truck too, like it is no joke. Chicken, 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 nice. 1 in 4 chance to run away with it. Oh, or just naturally run away. Get lucky. Is there anything except for freelancer, maybe mine, that wouldn't be included in the vanilla Fiesta rule? For this rule set in particular, you can get any of the jobs at any crystals. The normal one would be you only get specific jobs at specific crystals that you unlock them at, so to speak. But beyond that, not really. Oh wow, that guy survived. I guess that can happen. But yeah, advanced jobs are like the one other thing. But it's kind of very specific to whether your version even has those or not. Gain a level. And yes, Meteor specifically rolls from all jobs from all crystals every time. So it's entirely chaotic which ones you're gonna get. There's also like a bunch of other rule sets. Some lean more towards wind job crystals, other more towards water, fire, earth, depending on the rule set. Most Fiesta modes lean towards something you have unlocked for the most part. Not necessarily always though. The GBA classes seem kinda goofy, yes. But also kinda fun. They're also really strong. Like, Gladiator is just straight up extremely powerful. The Cannoneer is very powerful if you can buy the ammunition, and by the time you can actually use it normally, you, well, have access to the ammunition. And then there is Oracle. If you know how to use Oracle, it can be really good. If you don't know how to use Oracle, it might just murder your own party. Nobody ever talks about Necromancer because you have to clear the entirety of the extra dungeon in order to get access to that thing. Which, you know, most Job Fiesta parties can't really clear the extra dungeons, even if they try. In part because I think you strictly need a Beastmaster in order to do that, I think. GBA classes are kind of a bummer if you don't use the hack that unlocks everything from the get-go. Yeah, I mean, there is no like strict rules about how you run your own Final Fantasy Fiesta. If you would like to unlock all of the jobs from the get-go, go ahead. I don't think there's any problem with that. In the end, the objective is to have fun, but also maybe challenge yourself with classes that you might not otherwise have used. Alrighty, how do I want to do this? We wanna run the Samurai, Freelancer, and I guess probably Dancer on that. Actually, one thing I've been recently thinking about. You know, we have 4 characters. We send 2 parties, one party to the left and one party to the right. But considering that you can consider your party to be split up, technically you could argue that, hey, I'm just gonna have a Freelancer on the right side and I'm gonna have a Freelancer also on the left side because, well, just imagine the character that is not currently in the party is the other class. And I think that would be a perfectly valid way to play this too. Although I feel like that's just a bit more awkward than it otherwise would be. Anyways, I guess I'm sending the knight up on the right side. That's gonna be you, Ferris. And for once, I suppose I would like to have Wait, where's the crystal helmet? Oh, you do have the crystal helmet. Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna have Fairy Soul on the right side. That's a real shame. You love Necromancer as a general class in RPGs. You think it should be used more. Yeah. The main downside I tend to think is Necromancer tends to be assigned to evil alignments in general. And since in a lot of games you're just playing the heroes, it would be kind of a weird thing to have Necromancers in the team. Not unheard of though. What would be the worst combo of 4 different jobs you can end up coming up with? I guess Berserker Dragoon. Geomancer is pretty competent, honestly. But Berserker Dragoon... Honestly, it feels like, aside from Dragoon just having no proper synergies with most other classes, and Berserker generally being regarded as an awkward thing that you just can't control, the rest of the classes feel like they would be pretty competent. Like, I would argue almost no matter what else you put in there, it's gonna be decently strong, one way or another. Monk and Berserker is actually kind of a fine combo. Red Mage is, well, a very good support if you don't otherwise have a support in your team, honestly. Plus, they can even use regular swords. Berserker is strong, but you would imagine it would be an issue if bosses that counter. Not even necessarily counter as much as it is just targeting, because the Berserker randomly targets, so that's a problem in some boss fights. Berserker is one of those classes that you can use, it does have some strength, but generally it's more preferable if you can control your character. But yeah, I think Berserker and Dragoon would be the 2 top ones I would put on the list. Geomancer does have its moments. So I guess for the worst team you could possibly assemble, I would say Geomancer, Dragoon, Berserker, Monk, I guess. Monk is kind of slow. While it does hit like a truck, it doesn't really do anything extraordinarily better than the Berserker. They're kind of more or less a similar class in that sense. Yeah, I think that would be probably the most challenging group. Although still very playable, there's still like a good amount of things you can do with them. Alrighty, where was I? I need to equip all of these guys with... Do I need the running shoes? No, you get the... Oh, shoot. You get the red shoes. We need to give you the Mirage Vest. Who has the Mirage Vest? You have the Mirage Vest. You get the Strength Armor. You get the Mirage Vest. I don't think we survive a physical attack anyways. You get an Ice Shield. Elf Cape, and you get an Elf Cape, and equip the Power Staff, as well as a shield. Flame Shield is fine. Right, we are prepared for a mission. Running shoes, chicken knife, yeah. Fairies should have no trouble dealing with the boss at the top here. Red Mage is a surprisingly competent character, I would say, when you have no other support characters available. Like, it has sleep, which is very powerful in various situations, that effectively solves some boss fights. It has armor up, which halving physical damage received is very handy as well. It has some group healing, which can be very handy. It has, especially in World 1, the offense is not to be underestimated, like it's fine actually, perfectly alright. So yeah, there's actually a lot of really good things about it. Oh, right, we have now a different sword, I just realized. We can use the defender sword. This one has a 25% chance to block physical attacks. And Ferris can even use it as an item in combat to cast Protect. Breaking rods, if you're willing to do that as well, is a thing the Red Mage can do. You can even farm Staves of Light to break against X-Def at the end of World 2 to make that battle a lot easier too. Yeah, my vote for most tricky party would be Monk, Geomancer, Dragoon, Berserker. Actually, Monk, Berserker, Geomancer, Dragoon even is like one of each different Job Crystal League, so you don't even have to use a special rule set. Alrighty, we use the Defender in combat, this casts Protect, and now we take half the physical damage whenever we get hit by physical attacks. And then we just hit him. You know what, I'm just gonna use the Defender sword. It's a decently strong sword that deals good damage. We are not even double gripping. I'm intentionally keeping the shield equipped here. Because this guy, he does counterattack most of the time whenever you hit him with a physical attack. I think 2 out of 3 times. But aside from that, that's literally all he does. He just does physical attacks. So a knight should have no trouble just soloing this part. There's the defender block. Oh, nice. He also has 20,000 HP, so we're gonna get through those reasonably fast. Delicious spaceship. But yeah, in my personal opinion, Monk and plus Berserker is actually kind of a fun combination, honestly. And it's not like Geomancer is bad. Especially since you can use it to deal really consistently good damage in the very final boss fight to all targets. It's just nice for that too. But then again, none of the other job classes have particularly good magic power. Monk actually has 0 magic power, literally. So you can't really use the Gaia spells on the Monk. You think you could argue that Thief is worse for job synergies, though the overall utility is fantastic. Yeah? That's a fair argument, yes. That's a very fair argument. Yeah, Thief passes agility to Zerker is like the biggest synergy they have. A Thief with equipped axes actually has good strength, allowing it to deal good damage, whether you use an axe or not. Barehanded on a Thief, if you have the Monk still in the team, is also really good. Again, that passes the Monk strength over to the Thief. And also with relatively low ability point cost, which is pretty nice. Stealing early is really good. You can even reset for like an early Gaia hammer if you are willing to go for that from Titan. Alrighty, quickly before the tower explodes. Welcome to Omniscient. Let's hope I don't get murdered too quickly here. So, first order of operations, we're gonna haste our characters. And slow is fine because I'm just gonna counter that. Haste you. Haste you. So, if I try to attack this guy, then he will cast a reset. which resets the battle to how it was at the very beginning, effectively nullifying any progress I made towards him getting defeated. He has like, what, 17,000 HP, 18,000, one or the other. But we have a power staff. What we can do with this thing is that we can attack him with it, and he gets berserked. And berserked enemies do nothing but physically attack. And this guy physically attacking is actually very scary. I think I'm gonna move my samurai into the back row and defend the entire time. I don't know if the samurai actually survives a physical hit, if he ever gets hit. But we're gonna have Lena start dancing. It's really good damage. And we're gonna have you switch over to dealing damage. We still have the elf capes equipped, 1 in 3 chance to block physical attacks, but I don't remember how much damage he does. But I think he probably one-shots my characters, so you get the Guardian Dagger for an additional 1 in 4 chance to block physical attacks. So actually this is as defensive as a character can possibly get with this layout. A samurai has an innate chance to dodge. I actually don't remember what the rate is, like 1 in 3, 1 in 4, one or the other. Then he has an elf cape for an additional 1 in 3. Then he has the ice shield for 40% chance to block, and the Guardian Dagger for 25% on top of that. All of these are multiplicative, so feel free to calculate. I'm also going to defend here. I could also throw money at him. He has the innate protect and shell buffs on him, so we deal half damage. Except for Giltos, I guess. Giltos will still deal full damage for whatever reason. Alright, Lena dodged the attack. Thanks to the Mirage Rust. How much is just throw money? That's really good damage. Oh my god. Okay. That was much easier than I thought it was gonna be. A golem, yeah, golem is just random encounters. Even if you kill him or let him die, the game, it's not missable, so to speak, in that sense. You can always get it back. Right, that was actually pretty efficient, I would say. Right, double grip the defender sword for you. You have the Excalibur, you have the Rune Axe. Just need the running shoes back on, so we actually deal damage. And expedited rate. We did the Mazamune and double grip everybody. Actually, that's not true. Lena has equipped sword, but with 58 strength, equipped sword is probably worth it over double grip on her. I mean, she literally can't double grip a weapon anyways, so that is kind of as good as it gets, I suppose. You definitely assume it's missable. For example, if you think the golem's an enemy and kill it. I don't know where you got that misconception. I mean, it's an easy thing to think, right? Because, oh no, golem died, so that might just be permanent. In more severe games of the past, it might have been permanent in that scenario. So it's not unheard of. Giltos our savior. Yeah, it's really strong. I actually forgot about the defender sword. That is such a good weapon to have as a secondary. Probably my favorite knight sword, funnily enough. Despite that, I forgot about it. It's just I don't usually get to play with knights. The first time you played Final Fantasy V, you guild-tossed your way through Exdeath 1, and then got hopelessly stuck on your boss of Tablet 2 dungeon because of your only strat was guild-toss. Wow. I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Guild-toss absolutely makes a lot of things easier, but if you haven't developed any other strategies, then you might run into some boss that might just not accept that as a valid solution. You could just guard with the other two in critical. Oh yeah, actually. That's a fantastic point, something, Magnus. I could have just done that. I forgot. Knight is so good. Like, you think of Knight as the double grip master and the heavy sword user, but guard and cover is, in select instances, an incredibly good strategy too. I keep forgetting about it, but you're absolutely right. Right, we're going to go to history first. So I'd like to have an Aegis shield. And there was another reason I wanted to... Oh, right! This is where we are going to get our rune blade. That's why I wanted to go here. I don't think there's anything I actually want from the trench. So we could just skip out on the trench and ignore it. It was definitely a case of not being skilled enough to not just hinge on one strat that seemed to work. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where... because one thing just works, people tend to pigeonhole themselves into their strategies. Because Molly just works, why change up anything? And it's a very understandable thing to do, I will say. Like, it makes a lot of sense to me. It wasn't until I started playing more of these job-based games and understand them a lot more that I am much more happy to just start experimenting with all sorts of characters and jobs and combinations for that reason. Like there, without spoilers, there's a certain character in Clear Obscure that I just really resonated with, because it had such a wacky toolset that I found very fascinating to experiment with. You know what actually I should do? I should give Lena the Defender Sword, because that way she has at least a 25% chance to block physical attacks, which could help us. It also helps, well actually no, if she uses the Mirage Vest that doesn't actually matter now I think about it. It's fine, it's still my favorite weapon. Ferris has the Excalibur right now, which these things absorb holy damage as healing, and the Excalibur is, notably, holy damage. Actually, Lena, do you one-shot that guy? Oh, you one-shot that guy. Oh dear. She would one-shot that guy, probably. There's 1,500 HP remaining. Let's see, Ferris, can you deal the rest of the damage? I don't think we have a good enough weapon for that. I think Ice Brand is our strongest sword. Aside from maybe Chicken Knife? Let's try the Ice Brand. Okay, it's enough. Nice. Nice brand. Chicken. And shield. To run. Titsect, thank you so much for the raid and welcome. Hope you're doing well. I mean, honestly, RPGs themselves are already quite the undertaking for most people to play through. And then on top of that, you're supposed to think all of the possible combinations to mix and match job classes. Frankly, I've mentioned this many times before, but I feel like it bears repeating. This is why I think for Job Fiesta is such a great challenge time of the year. Because instead of having the full array of choices for job classes and characters, you're just very limited in what you can possibly select and do. So it's in my personal opinion, it's a great way to play through Final Fantasy V for the first time. If you get stuck anywhere on top of that during the Job Fiesta season, there's plenty of people happy and willing to answer questions too. Giant drink, that's the wrong chest. I think it's over here. Hello, welcome to the sect. Thank you so much for the raid and I hope you have a lovely day today. There's the Rune Edge. The Rune Edge is notably not that much stronger, I think. Actually, it's kind of a weak sword, relatively speaking. I believe it's weaker than... Doom. Well, that's just rude. I think it's weaker than... the defender sword. Yeah, by good margin too. But it does guaranteed crit. Oh, it's only 50 attack power? That is literally half as strong. That is so much weaker than I thought it was gonna be. Oh no! I thought this was at least comparable. That is a travesty. I guess one of the saving graces about the Rune Sword Edge is that it also deals extra damage based on your magic power. So we probably still deal more damage, considering the guaranteed critical hits with it. That's if it works with dance. By the way, we are not fast enough to get to this chest, but you can just tap right and hold down the A button right after you tap right, and open up the chest anyways through the waterfall. This also works on the Game Advance version, so you don't even have to press that button. You're supposed to use a thief in order to run over there quick enough, but you know. The first run this year is very nice. Currently Knight, Summoner and Ninja. Oh, the poor Knight getting overshadowed. Because Summoner and Ninja are probably just... Each one of these job classes can solve the game on their own entirely, without too much trouble. But I guess Knight is helpful support, so that's nice. What does Rage do in Final Fantasy V? You assume it's reduced agility / dodge. It has nothing to do with dodge, but yes, agility is speed. And every 8 equipment weight you lose 1 agility. I think they fixed it in the Pix Remaster, where initially when the Pix Remaster was released, every point of equipment weight reduced agility by 1. So it was actually often better to just not have any armor equipped on your characters, because it slows you down so dramatically. It's kind of insane. Nartor. Ineffective. He does not like it when you knock out her frog. Very understandable, I will argue. Oh, it's -1. Oh, it's every 4 weight in the Pix Remaster. Weird. That's really weird. Why would they change it from the original numbers? Interesting though. So I think we picked up the Artemis bow. The Artemis bow deals always critical hits against beast type enemies. And an Enhancer. Enhancer is the last regular sword, all things considered. It has 102 attack power, which is not bad. It doesn't have any other unique properties attached to it, however. But it's probably most useful for a Mystic Knight who can enchant that. Because a lot of other later game weapons you can't enchant, and I think the Enhancer is literally the strongest sword you can still use. Enchant weapon on that is not a chicken knife. Just on the top right of this room contains a Fuma Shuriken, which is a ninja throwing weapon, and I don't have a ninja, so I'm ignoring it. There might be another chest in this room that I'm forgetting about, but it's fine. Giant's Axe. I think this Giant's Axe has the highest attack power of any axe, but because the Rune Axe guarantees crits. And also, Rune Axe also scales based on magic power, funnily enough. It is just stronger. That slab, I can't can't let you have it. I've actually never heard Arnold Schwarzenegger talking English, to be completely honest. Because of course, when I was still watching those kinds of movies, I was too young to understand English, so everything was just translated into German at the time. So maybe one day I should go back to these movies and actually watch them in their original language. That could be fun. Alrighty, we're almost at mastering the samurai, which is great because that's what I'm looking for taking down Omega with. Mostly for the increased stats for a freelancer. That's the literal reason why I'm going down that route. I guess we could also aim to master Dancer if we feel like I need the extra attack power. You wonder if this guy would have been cool if he didn't get absolutely destroyed by Leviathan. Yeah, the mystery of the ages. I think he might have been hot based on him being red, rather than cool. You just leave, yep. Alright, I don't really have a reason to go down into the trench, I don't think. Like, I could get 3 extra weapons out of the place and stuff. Well, I feel like we're gonna be fine. Let's see. I don't really have a way to deal with the Almegas part, do I? Hello, I have stuff for sale. I'm gonna keep the red shoes. Unfortunately, the guard rings are not that useful. So I'm gonna buy 2 dark hoods, just in case I decide those are gonna be what I want. And I suppose, similarly, dark ropes for the agility, if I feel like I want those. Maybe 1 crystal shield, because these have 45% magic evasion, physical evasion, rather than the 40%. And I think that's it. We can go into the void now. Wonder Rod break, yeah. I guess I could go into Phoenix Tower to break a bunch of Wonder Rods. You know, I'm just thinking. My original intention was to turn Butts into the freelancer in the end. But Lena has mastered Knight and she has almost mastered Dancer at this point. She would be the stronger Rune Axe Dancer at that stage as a freelancer. But again, technically it's better to have the freelancer be the samurai for the extra passive evasion, because the freelancer also inherits the passives of the characters. So it might be better for that. Except for Omega, I guess. How many elixirs do we have? 9. Might not be enough. Then again, we can use mostly high potions, so it will probably be fine. Oh, I need flame rings. I need 2 flame rings. Right. Actually, I might not have enough money for that. I was thinking about that a bit too late. Guild solves all your Neo XDev related issues. I suppose it technically would, right? It's just not a particularly interesting solution, but it is a strong one, I'll give you that. I keep the red shoes, just in case. Don't need the mithril shields anymore, we have better at this point. Beast Killer whip I specifically pick up for selling. I'm not gonna use the Gale Bow. Save it. Excuse me. Same with the Artemis Bow, I'm not gonna use it. Oh, that thing is not worth selling anyways, so we keep it, I guess. Diamond helmets. I need 100,000 coins. Oh, we have a bunch of wall rings for sale. We could just sell the wall rings. I'm gonna actually keep enough to have one for each person if I decide to go down that road. There we go. 2 flame rings. Because I think that's gonna be my strategy against Omega. I mean, you got to the credits. Nice. I mean, Final Fantasy V is one of those games where the bosses can really mess you up if you don't respect them. That's just kind of the nature of the beast. Speaking of not respecting them, I should buy Phoenix Stones and High Potions. Like, this is not necessarily an easy game. Sure, I can make it look easy by doing all these fancy things I just happen to know about. But beyond that... there's so many things that could go wrong. Adulting has been attempted. I hope successfully. Good luck on your Fiesta. Am I going to break the rods anymore at this point? Nah. We can sell the elemental rods. I'm not using these anymore. Okay, we need 7 more high potions. Keep the darkness bow for... like, I kept the darkness bow for such a long time, but I'm only going to use it in the end game. It's kind of funny. I did not even need to try and get one in the Ronka ruins at the time. Do I want to do max? I suppose it's a backup strategy in case Yanuki fails. Nah, that's good enough. Alright, let's go. And yes, Almagus is wholly elemental, so very sketch. That sounds terrible, crunching milk. Good luck next time. It's funny how the strat for Neo X-Dev in a bunch of Job Fiesta team-ups is just level up until you don't wipe the Almagus. Yes, that's gonna be my strategy here too. There's not really a whole lot else I can do about that to my knowledge. But the funny thing is I actually don't want to level up before battling Omega. I guess I just want to have enough ability points to master Samurai, and then we go battle Omega. Right, this is a mean win. Gonna try and run away. Who has the chicken knife? You have it? You do have it. Alright, 25% chance to run away when it's Ferris' turn. This guy is like 20,000 HP if I'm not mistaken. He also hits like a truck with physical attacks. Like, he will probably one-shot Kara and a bunch of other characters if I were to guess. I mean, admittedly, we are hitting like a truck too. And this is kind of like the ideal case scenario for him to hit. Oh, right, I need to... Oh hey, we defeat him. Decent experience. I don't want to fight 4 enemies, that's way too many. Yeah, 30 more ability points. We probably get that by knocking out a panda. I don't remember how much it gives. Yeah, I guess I do have shell to cut the damage. That's true. I could actually sit in phase 1 of XDev and just shell up over the course of many rounds. Because I think everybody could get immunity to White Hole if I'm not mistaken. I think... was it these grenades? No, it wasn't the grenades. There's other enemies that... I need to dance with Lena. Also, these green flashes are very unpleasant. Sorry, that's just a critical effect. Nowadays, people know better than to do that. Probably. This is the guy that has the rune bell as a rare drop. Alright, so we can confirm Lena can dance for 5,500 damage with the rune sword. That's good to know. Also, you do have a double grip. Let's actually give you a proper weapon. Oh, we have the Excalibur available. Right, might as well use that. And the funny thing is, our damage, exact damage output doesn't really matter that much anymore, so I guess it's more correct to use the dark ropes for this then. Yeah. The exact damage output I will want to optimize for Omega, but that's gonna be a different beast. Chest on the right contains a drain sword. I guess we can sword stand. Does that even work with a sword stance? Money! I did not have enough money to guild toss all of the enemies apparently. I don't know how it picks which enemy we go for as a priority there. No idea. Oh, apparently it was enough damage. Oh, did we get a rune bell? There it is, we got the rune bell. This has 45 attack power. But considering, I guess, the enhancer sword, I suppose it's in the same ballpark. Drain sword, by the way, also scales with magic power for what it's worth. So, plus, the main problem about the drain sword is that your chance to hit is 25%. So I suppose with sword stance it might just be fine. I've actually never used that thing before. Like, the chance to just miss most of your attacks unless you use a guaranteed to hit move is just too great for me to ignore. It doesn't even deal good damage with the sword dance. I don't know why. I suppose it's a sword you could have picked up in World 2 in the middle of it, so it can't be too strong. But that was actually a lot less than I hoped it would be too. Oh well. There's no reason for me to use the rune edge for now. Let's switch back over to... where is it? I guess you could use the chicken knife and equip shield for regular encounters. But if you equip shield, you don't get the extra attack power. That would be a shame. No, defender sword is fine. You remember reading somebody's playthrough and they had to grind about 20 levels or something for Almagast? Yeah, you need like 1500 HP just to survive it, but then you also need to survive everything around it too. If you do like a solo character challenge run, you also need to survive the second Almagast, which always coincides with a physical attack at more or less the same time, which is a huge problem. If you get Vacuum Weight plus Almagast at the same moment. Also, I think these level checks have a rare drop chance for elixirs, if I'm not mistaken. I guess we're gonna pack the chicken knife on our samurai once we learn Iainuki. Or whatever it's called in this version. Samurai has a final ability that is kind of unique. Very strange. Actually, I probably will have to use Shell against Catastrophe as well, unless I want to go and grab Float. I didn't think about that one beforehand. Also, I think there's another ribbon in one of these chests somewhere in here. Can only use two, so there's not really much of a reason to pick up a second one. Okay, these things have like, what, 6000 HP? Oh, no, it's less than 6,000. 5,000 then. They also have the attack Knock Silly, which both deals a ton of physical damage, but also confuses our characters. One of the few status effects a ribbon does not protect against. Wait, hold up. Lena? Lena doesn't even have the sword stance up item equipped right now. I forgot. I was thinking, wait, she has the Mirage Vest and Haste. It means she doesn't have the thing. Oops. These White Flames have a lot less HP than that, but I think they have evasion, so Sword Stance might be our best chance of hitting them. Oh, apparently that guy didn't go down. Movers? Yeah, I don't have a way to manipulate mover encounters in this version. You can in the Game Advance version if you play the US release specifically. If you play the European Game Advance version in English, then the quick save reset does not work. We're level 30. Fantastic news. And I think we don't have to worry about physical attacks against this boss here, so let's just go. Welcome to Kalatisteri. Wait. Is that right? Let's call it Fisteri in this version. Anyways, 18-ish thousand HP and no particularly good defenses aside from frequently using Drain as a counterattack. Like 2 in 3 chance. So I could have equipped the bone there, I guess. She tries to cast up, but fun fact, her mishandles give us immunity to being stopped. Also, apparently she does not counter dance, she just counters attack, which I actually was not aware of. Anyway, she's more annoying rather than dangerous for most parties, and I think that is true here as well. Zing, good night. Alright, and we have the Samurai Job mastered. We now have Slash, it's called Slash in this version. Wipe out... What does it say? Wipe out the entire enemy. Yes, every little bit of the enemy we wipe out. It's an insta-kill move. I don't actually know what the chance to hit is on this thing at all. No idea. But in short, it is basically trying to instantly kill all enemies that don't have immunity to instant death. It also is kind of weird in that it has like a charge up time. Hold up. Oh, you know what? I just realized. I need everybody to float. I need to get out of here. Unless this guy decides to float all of our characters right now. Which is not terribly likely, but I guess it's possible. Because I don't have Tempting Tango on my dancer. Dancing Tiger is as good as it gets. Tempting Tango, come on. That's not a Tempting Tango. Can you reset? Actually, I can reset. Hold up. I can reset. We can just try this again. Until we get everybody floating. Where is the Wonder Rod? Why should I set up for that? This is the rare encounter in here, by the way. I didn't expect to get this. But I also completely forgot that Omega has Earthquake, or Quake as an attack. So if you break the Wonder Rod in combat, it casts Reset, resetting it to the beginning of combat, including the Wonder Rod not being broken for what it's worth. Alright, we have a 1 in 8 chance to confuse the bird instead of murdering it. Where is the Dancing Dagger? See, this is why I would need to rearrange my inventory before we get here. Sword Sense, that is not what we're looking for. So, Kara here uses a Wonder Rod to reset again. Because I need Float for the Omega battle. I actually completely forgot about that because he can cast Quake, which will wipe my party. I just forgot to account for that. I was thinking just about Catastrophe, it would be convenient to have this here, but no, I need it for Omega 2. 1 in 8. Mystery Waltz. I mean, the bird is not dead, but it's easier to just reset and try again. Dancing Dagger straight done. And goodbye, birdie. Yeah, this might take a bit. Confusing the bird will have him able of casting Float on us. Unfortunately, it's just gonna be single target Float, so we'll have to cast it multiple times, but just hope it doesn't knock itself out before that happens, I guess. Anyways. I also need to give him an Ether because it innately has absolutely no MP to cast Float with, so we need to actually give him some MP to work with. We get a Preemptive Strike here. Oh, nice. So I guess if I don't knock out the bird, we can just wait one round. But yeah, this is the reason why we keep the Ethers. Just so we can get Float a bit of a awkward way of getting float, but, you know, don't really have much of a choice now. Right. Unfortunately, he murdered the bird. Eventually I'll remember where the ether is. There it is. Admittedly, I could probably just wait until I see Butts' move before I do that. Come on, 1 in 8. It's gonna happen eventually. Just need to keep trying. That's not it. What I should have done is I should have went to grab float from a stingery outside. That casts Mighty Guard on you when you confuse it. You missed. That doesn't really help either. I'm only going to get more efficient at actually using the menus and such. I guess there's no real reason to keep Lena's turn. I should immediately skip it, now think about it. Because I can just decide on whether we use an ether or not on Kara's turn instead. That's perfectly fine. At least the Wonder Rod is not that far down in the menu. There we go, Tempting Tengu. No, this bird can still knock itself out. It has so little, or such little, physical HP that even a physical attack on itself will knock itself out. It can also try to cast Break, which, you know, it actually has really high magic evasion, so it's unlikely to land Break on itself, but it would just knock it out entirely as well if that happens. And the ether is over here. Well, she's just gonna give 2 ethers. And also, I don't want to knock out the other enemies in this encounter for the explicit purpose of them being additional bodies the bird can possibly target for when he does physically attack something. Ideally, I would be able to cast Image on the bird, so it would not be able to hit itself physically. But yeah, now we're just waiting. Float waiting room. And that's a shame. Maybe it would be faster for me to rearrange the inventory and try to get another rare encounter. So our menu would be a lot faster. But the encounters in here are so awkward to deal with that I don't really want to do that, to be honest. But then again, we would also increase our odds to dance, the correct dance, to 1 in 4. Instead of 1 in 8, since we would be able to use the dance move instead of the thing. Venom is fine. Are we relying on a confused bird to cast float? Yes. That's exactly what we're doing here. Alright, one float. And now it just needs to hit everybody. Poison breath is annoying because that's a lot of damage. No, I'm actually gonna just haste the bird here. Why not? Just so it casts float more frequently than the dragon can spew poison at us. Float number 2, very nice. We do need our entire group floating though. I honestly think it would have been faster for me to walk back outside. It is probably faster to run back outside. Alright, let's run back outside. To get our entire party floating instead of this awkward thing here. Feels a bit weird doing this now, but I forgot. My own dang mistake. We're walking. The run has Beastmasters or the Scalar Captain set. Is that for the entire group or is that single target? Look at that. So nice. Just knock out all of the enemies with the samurai. With a Beastmaster you can also just control a bird and cast float on your entire party at once. Because it is potential, or you can multi-target float, funnily enough. I think I'm just gonna run away. I don't want to level up much more. Because otherwise my maximum HP is gonna be too high. I guess, interestingly enough, we can have our dancers level be higher as well as freelancers. Just not... Actually no, freelancer we can't. Because he's gonna inherit the samurai's vitality. Job Fiesta has really made you fall in love with Beastmaster compared to your early casual runs. It's niche, but it's a good niche. Yes, I agree. I like to think of Beastmaster as being basically a blue mage with extra steps. A lot more effort for it. But then again, that's not entirely fair to it, because in some instances it is actually a fair bit better than blue mage, with its capability of dealing 25% of the enemies' HP and damage, max HP and damage, even on bosses, hitting all enemies. It's really, really strong. But it doesn't require that extra effort in order for it to be that good. In that sense, I guess it's a bit more like a chemist. That also just requires extra preparation. Yes, I know. Thank you for the reminder though. Because float is one of those status effects that gets removed when you use a tent or a pot or anything like that. So I think this guy is not immune to instant death. Yep, there he goes. Samurai is such a weird class. It takes such a long time to get that final ability to one-shot enemies, but it works decently well. speedrun instead. Perfect. It also has a casting time. Most things you do in Final Fantasy V don't really have a casting time. Like there's a slightly longer delay when you use a Phoenix Stone or Elixir, I guess. But it's very negligible. But that Samurai's insta-kill ability very notably has quite the delay when it gets used. Alright, we probably also gained a bunch of extra money along the way. So I'm gonna invest that into extra Phoenix Stones. And high potions. Alright. All the way up in high potions, and that is more than enough Phoenix Stones. Alright, we're gonna look for a rare encounter, and what we're gonna do here is we're gonna turn Lena into a regular dancer without the rainbow suit. Actually, probably don't want to have the bone mail just in case she goes gone. That would be awkward. We're gonna give you... You don't have dance, you have dance. You get dance. You get dance. You don't have dance either. Right. Oh, that's right. I should probably learn the ability that I plan on using on you, huh? Yeah. Whoops. I need to turn you into a dancer. Whoops. Alright, you're gonna be a dancer. You get equip samurai sword for now. Mirage vest, running shoes. And Lena becomes the samurai. In the meantime, you get the dance ability. Running shoes, strength armor, thief knife, you know what, that's fine. We're not trying to actually kill the guy that we are aiming to get the float from. All the guild tossing guild. Frankly, I forgot. But fair. Guild tossing is just not on my radar. Alrighty, so I never remember exactly where the dudes are. There it is. This is the place, right? You can actually get the stingray encounter in this little puddle here, but it's much easier to get it here. So this is a rare encounter. And rare encounters are, in fact, quite rare. I think it's 16 into 56 chance to get it, so... well... Oh yeah, and we're actually faster than sea ibis. Okay, this might take a bit. Yaga doesn't believe in pay to win. IRL, I hate pay to win. I also strongly dislike... Actually no, I hate pay for convenience as well. Because if there's an improvement you could make to your game, why put it behind a paywall to intentionally make your game worse otherwise? Like, I get it if it's like a subscription service, like when you're just free to play on like an MMO or something. But beyond that, my goodness. I do not agree with that kind of game design philosophy. Unfortunately, it has proven to make a lot of money, so of course they make that more. Oh well. I just stay away from these games. There it is. That was actually pretty fast. Alrighty. We need to... This thing is like 30,000 HP, so it's unlikely I will knock it out by accident. We need to confuse it, and dance actually happens to be the best way to confuse this guy, because it has really high level and high evasion. Magic evasion. So if you try to confuse it with like a confuse spell, it is very unlikely to land. Also, by the way, if you catch and release this thing, this is the kind of tidal wave you're getting. There we go, that's all I wanted. Thank you. Big Guard gives you Shell, Protect, and Float. And I'm just interested in the Float because that's the status effect we carry over between encounters. Now we can use this to... go. I need 25 ability points on Butts. So I guess we can grab that along the way, hopefully. We just need to make sure that we don't have anybody die in the meantime. We could do it as... That'll be fine. A Raving Loon, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome everybody. Hope you have a lovely day. Welcome to Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta, where I'm preparing to take down Omega. Maybe. We just got flooded. You wouldn't have expected these enemies to have a use outside of Blue Mages. They're also great for Beastmaster. If you catch and release them, that's the tidal wave power you're gonna get as an attack. It deals like 6,500 damage to all enemies, and it's a strategy I've used in a previous opening race to take down the barriers on Necrophobe. Because sure, percentage-based damage is fine, but if the enemy only has like 8,000 HP, then it might make more sense to use the big tidal wave attack there. It's really good. Yeah, only the float portion of Big Guard persists after battle. Protect and Shell do not. Also, I guess what I should do if I wanna fight random battles, just give you the Samurai ability to one-shot things. Probably makes the most sense. Guardian Dagger, back row, one-shot things. And you get double grip, the Masamune, running shoes, that's good. You get double grip, the Excalibur, running shoes, that's good. And you already still have your stuff. You love that Necrophobe's name is literally one who's afraid of the dead, pretty much. Yeah. Does float persist until death/reload? You actually save the float status for what it's worth. So we need to be careful to not die, because that will get rid of it. Actually, our level is reducible by 3. I should probably not play with these guys. I think level checks have level 3 flare. Yeah, petrification also gets rid of float, so I don't want to get petrified, I don't want to have a character get killed. Which is why I saved before going in here. Yeah, true, Dispel as well. There's not a whole lot of enemies that use Dispel, but Neo-X Death happens to be one of them. But then again, he doesn't actually use any ground-based attacks, so it doesn't matter for the purposes of float. And yes, exactly. Using a tent or a cabin will also get rid of it, or any other form of full healing like an inn or a pot that heals you back to full. Removes also a status effect, so I specifically do not want to click this pot. Like, it's such a habit to go and walk through here, click the pot for an easy full heal and just move on. But yeah, we don't want to do that right now. I mean, admittedly, it would probably be rather awkward to try and sleep in a bed while you're floating. I wonder whether that would even be particularly comfortable. I have to feel like that feels like it would be uncomfortable to try and sleep. Slash. Air mattress? Yeah. Maybe. One down. I actually have no idea what the chance to hit for slash is. I wonder if the algorithm guy tells us about that. Let's see. Oh, right. These things heal from anything that is not specifically physical or neutral element in nature. Okay, slash does not hit if the enemy is heavy or not. Oh, that's interesting. So, slash targets heavy enemies, kind of like Odin. I still need to get a few extra points here. Yeah, actually slash is pretty much the exact same. And it is considered a magical attack, so enemies with high magic evasion are going to resist the insta-kill from the samurai much better than other enemies. That's very interesting. I think these enemies die. Well, probably anyways. Nope. Just about survives. Because Kara got a low damage roll. Threat would slow us down, but notably, we can't really be slowed. Are the weak Catoplepon type enemies considered heavy? They look pretty heavy. But I don't know. So I think these Akalone enemies like to counterattack with petrification or drain. Anyways, they're a bit sketchy, so I'm gonna avoid them. And we get to save. Alrighty. We're probably fine now. I think I'm grabbing the Angel Ring for setup for the final boss battle. We don't need the Coral Ring. Probably. Right, moment of truth. Are these things heavy or not? They're not. But didn't they have pretty decent magic evasion? I think they did. They also have, what I do know about these guys, they have like 70% physical evasion. Right. Knock them out. You know, that's a lot of physical evasion. Anyways, I wanted to get to the save point as soon as possible, which is why I didn't initially pick this up. But now on the way back, we grab it. In hindsight, it wasn't that many more steps to get through. And we need one job level on Butts in order to learn dance, which is what I'm gonna be aiming for. You know what? I guess this encounter is fine. This is like the rare encounter outside here that replaces Golem, if I'm not mistaken. One survived. But not for long. Okay. It is slightly risky to try and battle this guy while attempting to not have anybody die. But it'll be fine. Probably. Okay, who has the... You have the Mirage West. But for this battle here we want to equip Samurai Swords. For for the extra attack power. I guess you can also just use the chicken knife, that's fine. Mirage as for you. You do get the red shoes. That is correct in this battle. And a ribbon. Wait, why did you equip the dark hood? Did I do that? Anyways, you get the Mazamune. And then we just try to hit this guy really, really hard. Emphasis on try. Welcome to your panda. I think this guy has 27,000 HP. He is weak to fire. So actually, I think the fire sword will deal more damage than the other weapons I have access to. Although, I think, wasn't he also weak to holy? Let me check that real quick. A panda. No, he's only weak to fire. Right, he's you. Then Kara, you rune X, that's fine. He does have a 20% chance to dodge, on top of the 10% chance for the other thing to miss. But yeah, we wanna use the fire sword here, because he's weak to fire. And dance. So it's then number 1. Max damage right there. He does hit really hard with his train, so we need to heal in between. And he, I think, has a 1 in 3 chance to train counterattack. 1 in 3 chance to... You know what, actually, I'm gonna use... Do I have money? Let's see. Yeah, it's okay. 1 in 3 chance to use armor up, which is what I was trying to avoid there. But well, I didn't. In fact, maybe I should just guard with everybody except for, but... Ow. It tries to dance. The sword dances. You guard. He can resist strain, but the odds for that are not great. Magic hammer. As long as you don't hit Kara with that, we're fine. Because her magic actually matters. Right, 5,000 damage with the dance. The funny thing is, if I had enough money to heal toss, this would be a valid strategy because it ignores armor. But the dancer will be just fine. Alright, how much ability point is this? How many? 16. We gain flirt. Oh, wait, we need another level? Oh no. I thought I only needed 1 level for dance. No, I need 2. Okay then. Fine. Well, I might as well just move on then. These enemies here are notoriously difficult to run away from, but I guess we could knock them out too. I am just gonna get so much experience though if I do. I don't want the experience. Actually, I need butts with chicken knife in the back row. Oh wait, I can't even go much further, because Catastrophe will get rid of my float status on anybody that does not have Reflect. And I only have... Oh, I do have 4 Reflect rings, never mind. For some reason I decided to keep those. We're fine. Alright, everybody back row. We just try to run away here. I meant to... Oh well. Meant to 25% chance of chicken knife run away. Nice. No 25% from me. No 25% for me, but just natural running away. I think. Actually, no. That was the chicken there. Alrighty. Let's just not get into a back attack. Oh shoot. There goes my money. There goes 25% of my maximum health. Let's just not get into a back attack in the castle, because that can easily result in somebody just straight up dying. Because of the sword dancers, Danse Macabre. Then again, zombies probably continue floating, don't they? So I think it will be okay. Oh. I don't want to attack that guy because he counterattacks with Knock Silly, which confuses a character and also hits decently hard. Anyways, let's get lucky on not having anybody die here. That would be very desirable. You're gonna get red shoes again. Actually, you know what? You can use the rainbow dress. No reason for red shoes here. And Masamune strength. You get the strength armor here as well. And you get the strength armor, because this guy doesn't attack physically anyways. So Excalibur. In fact, it might actually be better to use the Rune Edge here. I guess I'll see. Anyways, good luck on the lottery. I guess we can always reset the battle if something bad happens. I only just now remembered I have Wonder Wound. Also, level 5 Doom will kill us, I just realized. Hold up. I probably should have given Kara the bone meal. Yes, 27,000 HP, and I guess most of that is gone already. He has really good physical defense and magic defense, which is why I was considering the other sword. There goes half of my damage on you. But maybe we don't need to worry about it if we get lucky enough. Let's see, let's try the Rune Edge on you. Like 2,800 was it? No, the Rune Edge is not good. Not as good as the other one. And there we go. Just don't let him get a move. We could have tried to steal from him. He has a rare steal of a Titan's Glove, which is like +5 strength or something. Not really worth it, but interesting. Also -5 magic power. Okay, and now, good thing we have wall rings on everybody, because this is going to make this next encounter a breeze. I guess technically what I could have done is try to get like 20,000 damage in one turn before Catastrophe can move, if I didn't have all the wall rings. Hello! Welcome to several bats, hope you're doing well. And yes, this team is actually really strong. It has excellent synergies among each of the classes, I would say. Anyways, Catastrophe. He tries to Gravity 100, which removes float, if any character in your team has float. But it can also be reflected. Normally you only need one character with float in the team and the reflect ring in order to just make him do this. But because I want to keep float on everybody, I just use 4 wall rings. But for the most part, if you're not worried about keeping float, then 1 wall ring and 1 character floating is perfectly sufficient. You can turn off job/abilities you're not allowed to the UI. Oh, interesting. That sounds like a fascinating project. Good luck on the implementations. Right. Might as well just continue our boss killing spree at this point. And it turns out Excalibur is just stronger. Even against an enemy that has a decent amount of defense, like Apocalypse, Azul Magia, whatever his name is. I suppose we can also use the Man-Eater dagger, huh? Wasn't Alicarnaza humanoid? So this is the encounter I was worried about for a back attack. That was before I remembered I have the Wonder Bond. Two bosses and get the airship, so you're happy. Nice. Back attack. So rude. Deathclaw puts a character into critical HP and would normally paralyze them, but we are immune to the paralysis part. These guys immediately attack after, so would be a decent high chance of just knocking out somebody if they feel like it. But also, we have Kara with a Wonder Wand, which can just reset the battle. And this also rerolls whether we get a preemptive strike or a back attack. As indicated by us literally just get a preemptive strike literally that turn too. So convenient. Perfect demonstration. Alright dude, Man-Eater is a dagger that are specifically only equipable by dancers. For some reason it's kind of programmed like a spear, it deals double damage when you jump. It only has 89 attack power. Well, I say only, that's actually a good chunk. More than a lot of other weapons. But the unique thing about it is, it also gives you a decent amount of stats, I think, was it? Yeah, 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 vitality and 2 magic power. Chicken neck is plus 5 agility, which is why it's minus 3 there. Also, this looks like you can walk behind the castle here, but you cannot. Anyways, the Man-Eater dagger deals extra damage against humanoid enemies. And I believe this upcoming boss here isn't considered humanoid, so we could put the chicken knife on somebody else instead, if we want to. But I don't know if that's all that useful. So I guess we're not gonna do that, but we could use the Man-Eater dagger here, and I think it would be very effective. Did we fight Omega? No, I need the dance ability on Butts, which is why he's a dancer right now. And I thought I was gonna get the dance ability after 1 level of dancer, but it's 2 levels of dancer. I forgot about Flirt. Flirt is a weird ability. I think it cancels the enemy's next turn, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, welcome to Alicarnaza. It's like, what, 33,303 HP or so? Nothing terribly notable. Attacks a bit physical, attacks a bit magical, and also is going to frog us as soon as it happens. Oh yeah, right. With the ribbon we're immune to the frog part. I forgot. This is something that can happen, huh? Anyways, with our powerful dancer, extra strength thanks to equip swords, equip samurai swords, equip katanas, there we go. We have pretty much no trouble dealing with these enemies. I mean, it's only 50% chance to get a sword stance, but that's usually sufficient, I would say. think after 7 rounds of combat or so that Halikarnasa gets, they would use Holy as a very powerful nuke spell. And they probably would one-shot mana mech actors, but we're not gonna get to that point. Alright, we get an additional 20 ability points. There we go, we learned Dance. We could continue, but I do want to backtrack to Omega immediately. We could continue and defeat Twintania, but Twintania is not going to be a problem because we have the Slash ability. Also, I do want to go back and save before we walk back, just in case something terrible happens. Also, I guess Butts is level 31. I could check whether we're gaining any notable amount of extra attack power at level 31. I guess 31 is nice, so our level is not divisible by 3 or 5, but funnily enough, I don't think that's relevant anymore now. You know what, I should probably just have Kara with the Wonder Rod equipped by default right now. I could also start preparing the Wonder Rod for when I want to use it. What would I want to use on it? I guess Shell, so as Rafa Almagest. It's the best I can think of. Yeah, that's probably it. Alright. I'm gonna try and run away from these encounters. Kara could immediately cast like a reset if we don't immediately run away at the beginning of combat with the chicken knife. That way the enemies never even get a turn to try and hit us. Beastmaster also occasionally needs to think relatively far ahead. Otherwise, getting certain solutions to problems could get rather difficult. Actually, I don't think I want to attack that guy. That's Antidote, by the way. Basically, the Wonder Rod, when you attack with it in combat, starts with the weakest white magic spell, and then just goes through the entire list until it arrives at the strongest. But I'm only interested in getting Shell from it, so I can halve magic damage received. We're getting really lucky in being able to run away from these guys. Oh, nice. This guy casts Image, but it's not necessarily in himself, he just casts it in a random ally. So it could be him. Image basically re-negated the next 2 physical attacks that he would otherwise receive. Alright, close the book. Then I think I need to get one more encounter for immunity to petrification. No, we're gonna... Yes. We do actually want immunity to petrification. Let's actually go on to get to the save point before I do anything else. Let him walk away. As long as you don't look at him, he does not encounter in combat. You don't have to worry about being near him, as long as you face into the void or something. Alright. We want to have one character immune to petrification in the next battle. So we're going to abuse a minor glitch where you actually carry over the immunities from the last encounter you were in into the next one. This works on both the Game Boy Advance version as well as the Super Nintendo version here. So right now, Lena had the Aegis shield equipped, giving her immunity to petrification. But now, she has immunity to petrification. Actually, was that the correct character? Let me just arrange the characters in a way where these are gonna be the ones we are gonna have. So Butts is gonna be a dancer with double grip. So I'll equip you for now. Kara is going to be our samurai support, I think. In exchange, she's going to have... I don't think it really matters what else she has. I guess she could have dance, but she doesn't have dance, so it's whatever. Let's give you double grip, why not? Everybody goes front row, because Omega does not physically attack himself, only we do. Then we want a second dancer. That second dancer, I think it's gonna be Ferris, was my plan. I guess it... No, wait. Lena was gonna be the second dancer because she has equipped swords, giving the dancer extra strength, and we can equip swords that can penetrate the enemy's defenses, such as the Rune Edge, always guaranteed critically hitting. Ribbon for you. You want a rainbow vest? Yes. Then running shoes for you or wall ring? Oh, you need the flame ring, so you don't get running shoes. Yes, okay, I think that's correct. Then Ferris. Double grip is not gonna help us, but dance can theoretically help, I guess. Let's see. You get a wall ring, because you can equip a shield, and you equip the flame shield here. This is why I have 2 flame shields. The other flame shield goes on you. Basically we need to absorb fire as healing, is what I'm trying to say here. So everybody that does not get to use a shield gets to equip a flame ring. You, on the other hand, get a wall ring. Extra speed from the dark robe. Ribbon, actually, you know what, you can get the strength vest for extra attack power, which is probably more efficient. And for the most part, you're going to be using the Rune Axe for your damage. Wait, no, you get the Rainbow Vest for sword stance up properties. That makes more sense. So you have a Flame Ring, and we will unequip this Flame Shield. You will unequip this one for when Omega is not currently reasonably damageable. Right, Butts is done with a dance. You have dance, you have a flame shield, you do not get a bone mail. You get a dark robe for extra speed. And you know what, actually plumed hat is probably better than a crystal helmet, because this gives you a slight bit of extra magic evasion. Actually the magic evasion does not matter, does it? Maybe. Then, what weapon do you get? I don't think it matters. I guess if I want to have you dance as well, how much damage? Or, Omega's like what, 150 defense? 190 defense. So technically the chicken knife with the doubled attack power and doubled attack multiplier can punch through 190 defense, just barely. But you're gonna have the Coral Sword as well. But I need to figure out whether the Coral Sword is better for dancing or whether I want to use the Enhanced Sword. Or the other sword. So that's gonna be for afterwards. Anyways, that's Ferris done. Kara. Wait. Yeah, Samurai and Knight are gonna be the support classes. Oh, I don't have another other fire shield though. So I guess you get a flame ring then. You get the Masamune to get the first turn in combat. I guess you can have an Aegis shield. Who had the Aegis shield in the previous battle? I actually don't remember. For immunity to the petrification. Because we need this on... Actually, does Ribbon give you immunity to petrification? Ribbon... Ribbon, yes, it actually gives you immunity to petrification. I actually forgot about that part. So you guys don't need immunity to petrification if you have a ribbon. You do, and you have a wall ring, so it doesn't matter to you. Okay, actually, we don't need to worry about that at all. No need for any helmets, because no one useful for you. Dark rope for speed. I'm actually specifically not equipping a helmet because of equipment weight, but actually it doesn't matter because I'm not getting below 8 anyways. So it's fine. Do you have dance? No. Shame. It's alright though. Right, 2 people with flame ring, 2 people with reflect rings or wall rings. This is my strategy here for now. We need to heal to full. Right, let's save. We need to also. I need to test some things. So what we're gonna do here, order operations. We're gonna grab the Wonder Rod, ready to reset the battle. We could also just reset until we get a preemptive strike, which is like 1 in 8-ish chance. Because you can get a preemptive strike on this guy. Anyways, we used the Masamune on Kara first. Or haste. Blaster, chance to insta-kill. You know what, I actually forgot about that move. So, good thing it didn't hit the other ones. Because it can get reflected. Alrighty, then he's gonna use his Surge attack. But I need to test with Lena before I do anything else. I need to see whether the Rune Edge is stronger or the Coral Sword. So dance. 5,560. Gonna write that down. Let's see if the Coral Sword is gonna be able to deal more damage. So this guy counterattacks heavily. Like a lot of counterattack power, to say the least. So we very specifically do not want to attack him while he can counterattack. And there are means and methods for us to circumvent his counterattack, but it's literally just me testing for now. You get haste as well. And let's see, Coral Sword. It is lightning damage, ignoring defense. But a lot less attack power. 4,480. Alrighty. The other one is better. Good to know. So it was actually worthwhile picking this one up. Rocket Punch, reducing her HP by half. But hey, this is why we have the Flame Rings equipped right there. So. Let's equip a dagger. I mean, we could. We didn't die, so we could continue trying to play this fight here. But the problem right now is we have to heal all of our characters. Because every other turn this guy is going to use Surge Beam and Ferris did not get healed in between. Which is a huge problem. So I'd rather just reset and do again. So, Wonder Rod. Now that I know this information. I mean, we could try to get a cheeky early attack in if we want to. But basically, our initial objective is to haste everybody. He also heals himself with Atomic Ray. But, I mean, we could be cheeky like that, I guess. See if we get a good dance. He doesn't counter when he doesn't take damage either, so... Actually, I should have kept Ferris's turn. Yeah, alright, let's reset. I forgot that bot is the guy that resets stuff, whoops. I should have kept Ferris's turn. So heal. I'm basically just learning how this works here again. Because this guy is a menace. Like, even with haste, we are just only about keeping up with his turn order. And every other turn, he attacks us with Surge Beam, which is half of our maximum health in damage. So we have to heal in order to survive every other turn. It is absolutely absurd in how strong this guy is. Also, by the way, my way of hasting the other characters is to use Omega's innate reflect and hope that Ferris and Butts get the thing. So yeah, that's my method. Right. Oh. Why was that so much less damage? Hold up. Why was that so much less damage just now? Why was that so much less damage just now? Blaster survived. Excellent. Am I crazy? Wasn't it 5,560 damage earlier? Did that much damage variance here? Anyways, we keep your turn to heal immediately up. This is by the way why I didn't want to level up too much, because if we had higher level we would have more maximum HP, which would mean we would have more difficulty healing back up with high potions and would have to use elixirs instead, and I don't have that many elixirs. Welcome to Unity. Hope you're doing well. Also, Kara, you're a dingus for blocking that one. Yeah, Surge Beam coming up again. We just wait to heal immediately after. Alrighty, then on his next turn, he gets a double turn. Delta Attack, Blaster, Surge Beam, Maelstrom, Quake, Rainbow Wind. We should be good against everything except for Maelstrom. If he uses Maelstrom on us, then we can just easily get wiped because we will have permanent HP leak status. Maelstrom puts us into critical HP, so basically we just die if he does that. Let's hope he doesn't do that. Also, I have to heal with Kara too, because he can use another Surge Beam, like, immediately if he feels like it, 1 in 3 times. Blaster, Rainbow Wind. Rainbow Wind blinds, but it doesn't matter, because our attacks don't rely on hitting with regular physical attacks. This guy has like 90% physical evasion anyways, so there's not really a good chance for us to hit that regardless. Nice, we got the 50-50, Ferris got the thing. And now, what I can do is we can just wait here. Chicken Knife Dance. Honestly, I'm probably... yeah, this is fine. We're waiting here. If he uses targeting on a character with Reflect Ring, we can actually attack this guy now without having to worry about the retaliation. So this is why we have Reflect Rings to begin with. We need you to grab your strongest weapon and hopefully land a sword stance here. Where is... the Rune Axe, there we go. Dance. Dance. So, while he has the search, oh my god, didn't get a single dance. While he has the targeting the wrong way, he will hit himself instead of hitting us if we damage him. So this is how you can get around his very devastating counterattacks. His counterattacks can instantly just remove a character, like no questions asked, he's just gone, or she. So yeah, we kind of prefer to not have that happen. Hit butts please. Did not hit butts. Now we wait for the next search beam, heal up again, and the cycle repeats. Basically, as long as we don't get Maelstrom on the double turn, we should largely be fine. Use an Elixir of Ferris for longevity. Masamune again here. Wrong character, unfortunately, that's alright. You get healed. Oh, she would get healed anyways if she didn't block it with her silly Aegis shield. I need to give her a different shield. But then again, it's entirely plausible otherwise. Yeah, no. Right, I'm actually gonna equip... No, this did more damage last time, didn't it? Am I crazy? Oh, that's it. Alright. Hit butts please. That is not butts. But it's not like you get to choose a target. Now we wait for the search beam here. Then next up we have the double turn, where he could just wipe us out if he feels like it. We just hope that doesn't happen, because you know the whole lot else we can do. So actually the plumed hat it does matter, because it gives us 5% extra chance to resist the Maelstrom. Oh right, I needed to not do that with Kara. Atomic Ray. Yeah, he also heals himself a bunch. But our damage output theoretically is good enough that it should be fine. Anyways, hit butts please. Next turn we have a 50-50 chance once again to... Oh, after this search beam I guess. We have a 50-50% chance to be able to attack him again. Because he needs to target himself. I need to heal butts one more time, I think. Wrong one! Good thing Blaster didn't hit. Oh, there's the Maelstrom. Oh, we did. I guess technically Butts survives, but... Yeah, there. On the bright side, he is always guaranteed to target himself there. But yeah, this is when we just go, well, next try. This will require a bit of luck. Also, I should probably keep track of how much damage I'm dealing. Let me actually open up a little calculator on the side. That would probably be a wise choice. Righty, haste yourself. Blaster didn't hit. Excellent. And I'm just curious, can you check 3,240? That is less than the Coral Sword now. Hikara gets confused. Very unfortunate. But it's playable. Actually, I need the Flame Shield, I just realized. I didn't equip him again last time. I forgot. Silly me. He would have died so many times if he just got targeted by anything fire. Actually, it's just Blue Mage fire attack that he can get hit by anyways. But still, I should move my Rune Axe somewhere up higher. Where is my Rune Axe? Lol. There it is. Anyways. Heal you, because otherwise you die. Just about in time. We also hope he doesn't Surge Beam here after this next Surge Beam, because he gets a double turn. So I think I needed to use an Elixir on Kara there. She has too much HP to survive that anyways. On one person, it's possible to item heal a Maelstrom, but it's extremely tight, yes. We are unlikely to survive as a group. Onia has just a 1 in 3 chance to use this every cycle, basically. So, we really just hope it doesn't happen. Right, nice, Buzz got heisted. Oh, but he just double Surge Beamed, so it doesn't matter. Quake, by the way, is the reason why we're floating here. Targeting. He targets himself. Wait, why were you faster than Kara just now? You have no more haste, dude. At least I don't think you have haste anymore. Reset. Mazamune, haste yourself. Failed to attack, didn't hit. He deals 0 damage, so he's not gonna do anything about that. And I just kind of feel like I might as well try to get some early damage in. So let's try the Coral Sword again. Yeah, I think this is more consistently high damage, so I guess that's what I'm gonna use. Rocket Punch. And he didn't kill anybody, and... Wait, why are you immune to confusion? That's a little bit weird, I will say. Haste on one character, I know how. Actually, I probably should just immediately haste off of his Reflect. If it hits Lena, that's fine too. Hindsight. Okay, haste 50-50 to hit somebody useful. Nice, hit Ferris. Also, I think I should start healing on the other characters. Minus 1554, was it? I should always start healing with Butts and Ferris, because Atomic Ray will often heal Kara. And here we just wait for a Surge Beam. Then it's the double turn, and then we get a targeting turn, where we may or may not be able to attack. Hit Butts. Nice, not Butts. Delta attack does nothing. And the second one, Quack, does also nothing. Big Butts, please. Not Butts. And I think it's in this... No, it's actually immediately targeting turn, so we actually want to keep Lena's turn here. Ready to pounce. Okay. Let's hope we get the sword dances. We do. 4068. He also hits himself for a massive mustard bomb. My calculator decided to be weird. Lol. So like about 7,000 damage so far? I actually don't know, because my calculator decided to just be weird. Runex. I put the flame shield, but bring it back up so I hopefully don't forget about it. Dance. That's the wrong dance, my friend. Hit butts, please. Not butts. And I guess we can also try to dance with you. We can have the Enhancer Sword. It's a 1 in 4 with Ferris, but might as well try. And I think actually if I keep my turn with Lena, she does get to go before. Oh, that's that's unfortunate. She does get to go before. Omega goes twice. But basically, Lena can go twice, or gets 2 tries to her sword stance. We dealt about, what, 7,000 damage now. Goes another Surge Beam now. And continue to try and haste butts. Now he is gonna be subject to get nuked by Quake. He also needs to equip the Flame Shield, so he doesn't get murdered by the Air and Fire move. One character not floating is acceptable. Minus 1491. It's not like I have accurate numbers though. Alright, Flame Shield. And just throw another High Potion. Stay ahead of the curve. 1 in 4, come on, Kara. Okay. It's more correct to just wait. Heal up again. Alright, next turn is the double turn where we could just get murdered 1 in 3 times. We just hope that doesn't happen. In fact, what I probably should do is wait the mission. Alright, this is why we put the Flame Shield, because it goes through Reflect. Oh wait, this was not the double turn yet. That is only coming up soon. I want Kara's turn for a chance to haste. Still didn't get it. That's alright. Surge Beam, now it's a double turn. And I do want to heal Kara and Lena anyways. Even though they could get healed by Atomic Ray, they could also take the Delta attack. There we go. Finally got hasted. They could get hit by Delta attack, which I think will knock them out at the low HP threshold there. And we die. Maelstrom. So we try again. This party is cool, it's really nice. It's such great synergy overall. Haste yourself as a priority. Also, on the bright side, I know exactly how much damage we have on this guy at this point in time. Which is 0. Just trying some from early cheeky sword dances, because why not? On you, on the other hand, probably shouldn't try. Nice, hit Ferris. It's probably more correct at this point to... No, Kara, you dingus. Stop blocking it. Oh, I was gonna subtract 1,500, but I don't have to. Yeah, it's definitely more correct to haste the one that we can guarantee target. Marvelous Balsam, thank you. Thank you for the good luck, I definitely need it. Thank you so much for subscribing with the Prime thing for 8 months. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well. Oh wow, we got butts immediately with the 1-4 this time. Oh nice. Now we can focus everybody on healing, including Farah, instead of having to have her throw the potion every turn. Or the thingy. Blaster, always nice when it doesn't hit anybody, and quick. So that was a double turn. I think I do want to get Lena's turn as a priority here. Because she can dance twice. Do you have the correct button? You do. She can dance twice because she has just enough speed to go before Omega. Oh, but... She's gonna dance now, even though we didn't get the reflect. For some reason I just assumed we were just gonna get the reflect, but... It's fine, she didn't get the dance anyways. Don't block that, Kara. Silly Aegis shield. Okay, we use an elixir on Kara. And then we wait another 3 rounds of healing. I mean, on the bright side, we're getting really lucky on the blasters. I think we need an elixir on Butts and Ferris next round. Let's see, what are his moves here? Atomic Ray, Delta Attack or Blaster? Wait, no. Emission. Oh. Okay, no, it's a double turn afterwards. We're fine. Oh, probably. Probably need to heal. Good old Omega, everyone's just bleeding to death the entire fight. Yep. That's just the nature of this beast. Wait, that was... No, the double turn is now. Lena didn't even get a chance. There's one tick right there before she got murdered. It's not like it dealt any damage, so we reset again. The only good thing about this run here was that we got everybody hasted more or less immediately, which is a rare sight. And kinda like before, we're just doing a cheeky dance. Actually, I do wonder whether this just has really high variance. It does just have that much variance, but the Coral Sword should be more consistent damage. You know, I think that's acceptable for 5,500 damage. What characters? I will be able to heal her with Butts. Oh. Definitely now. Perfect timing, Ferris. Revived her exactly after the Surge Beam right there. Come on, Butts or Ferris. Lena works too. Mission. Thanks for the healing. Potion. 50-50, Butts or Ferris. Did not get the 50-50. And unfortunately, that means Kara goes down here because we don't have enough speed. So we reset again. Who'd have thunk? Kinda funny how the music just doesn't reset alongside everything else. Alright, I'm thinking I'm going back to my old ways of Coral Sword Dance for consistent damage instead. 4-5-9-2, pretty good. Rocket Punch on 2 characters that can be confused, so we reset. Also they just die because Rocket Punch deals half of their current HP in damage. Probably should have kept Ferris's turn, but that's alright. Because we're not gonna be able to heal everybody in time. Unless we get extra hastes. Nice, on Ferris. Don't need to heal the other 2 right now. The next turn is going to be Rainbow, Wind, Emission, Atomic Ray. Doesn't matter. Haste Lena here, because we can target her. Then we need to heal Kara. Cool, the guy gets another Surge Beam in. Then we wait on your turn for the Surge Beam. And heal. One in 3. Excuse me, 1 in 4. And a Maelstrom. How rude. We actually might straight up die here. He's got a targeting first, so we probably have enough time. He just fires himself up. Goodbye. Attempt number next. I mean, arguably we didn't die to Omega so far, we just keep resetting to alternate timelines where that, you know, loss actually doesn't happen. When I do end up dying, I think putting the Flame Shield higher up in the menu for easier menuing, as well as equipping the Coral Sword instead, are probably going to be what I'll be doing. Alright, so keep your turn. Heal up immediately. Pass a Lune, hope for... not yourself. Not great, but it's fine. Then we hope for Atomic Ray, so we don't have to heal Kara and Lena. That's a Rainbow Wind right there. Oh. We would have sunglasses if you could see them. Missed a 50-50 again. Realistically, it's a 50-50 twice right there. We're losing 2 conflicts in a row. Because we're specifically looking for Ferris and Butts to be the targets. The first time Lena gets hit is still beneficial, I guess. But still not what we're aiming for. Lost 3 coin flips in a row. Now it's gonna be double turn coming up, where he can just murder us if he feels like it. He did not feel like it. This is the reason why I have the Eagle Shield, by the way. That Delta attack would have knocked out Kara. As annoying as it is that she doesn't get healed, it's usually fine. We wait here. Got the wrong targeting. Oh well. Block the Rocket Punch. Only one of them. We have to hit her, so she does not do silly things. And I guess we should heal you. I'm gonna attack again anyways, just because I can. Tommy Gray, thank you for the healing. It's exactly what I was hoping for at that point. Lost 4 coin flips in a row. How inconvenient. Okay. Then we just wait to heal again. Cycle number 2 commences. Chicken knife back on you again for a slight extra speed boost. Another coin flip lost. Come on, Kara. We need to make sure you're using the correct set of rigged dice. You know, the ones that are in our favor, not the other way around. That was the entire point as to why you got these rigged dice to begin with. There we go, thank you. Kara despises her reflected party members. Kryle would never do this. That's weird. But fair, we're waiting until Surge Beam hits. Who was the character that doesn't have haste yet? I don't remember. But it doesn't matter, it's just still the same chance anyways. I think that was the correct one. Yeah, Ferris was the one that was not hasted yet. Alright, everybody is hasted. Good news, everybody, and we already dealt a tiny bit of damage. So, Tommy Gray will get healed. He also gets healed, 1000. Alright. Next is gonna be Surge Beam. Wait, I have to heal Butts and Ferris here. It's gonna just wait, but I think it's more correct to heal them back up proper. Surge Beam here. Next up is a double turn, which can include the Surge Beam, which is why we need to also heal up everybody immediately too. Otherwise I would just wait on the double turn to maybe catch a Maelstrom. Maelstrom is in turn 2. Rainbow Wind. Right, that's fine. We keep Lena's turn, we wait. Hope for the reflect. We get the reflect. Dance, my friends. The other dance, the sword dance, please. Please dance the sword dance, everybody. I would really appreciate that. I think that would be fantastic of you. Especially you, but we haven't even seen you hit the sword dance yet. Your sword dance should be massive, hopefully. Not if you don't get it. Look, Ferris got it with the 1 in 4 chance. The other two lost the coin flip instead. Yeah. I guess technically Kara could try to hit with a crit. Let's see, what was the evasion? Yeah, 95%. So we have a 5% chance to hit this guy, and then we also need to get like a 12% chance to crit. It's not gonna happen. I'm gonna use this time to heal up the high HP characters instead. Alright, you have enough time to get a second dance in. Very nice. Alright. We're at 9,693 damage so far. Ooh, plus 1,500 and some change, because that's HP leak status too. Wait, does Ferris get another turn? I don't think she gets another turn. We're gonna wait here. Maybe they do get another turn. Oh no, they don't get another turn. Don't sword stance now, T. Don't sword stance now. Okay, we're good. Surge beam. Back to square one. By the way, this thing has 55,000 HP. I don't think I mentioned that yet. So we're actually burning through our high potion supply real fast here. So I probably actually have to take some risks. So maybe I need to try and get like 20,000 damage done without waiting for the reflect thing in order to get through this thing's HP. Huh. Thanks for the healing. Minus 1,554. Search again. Plus, the less turns we spend, in general, the less opportunities for Maelstrom to just murder us. So it's probably correct, huh? Thanks for the healing on Ferris. It's probably correct to try for a lot of damage early on. Alright, double turn coming in. Slight chance of Maelstrom death. A lot of luck, that doesn't happen. Well, I should have prioritized Ferris. That was a mistake. I definitely should have prioritized Ferris right there. Also, at least I know that Lena takes basically no damage from Delta attack. I was worried about like 400 damage there. Rude. I'm gonna dance anyways. Because this is the character... Oh, I didn't even equip the flame shield on you anymore. Silly me. It's the character of the Aegis shield. There we go, 9,999. That's the sword dance I want to see. Nice blocking, Kara. Fantastic. Hit Ferris. That is not Ferris. You know, it probably is more correct to just attack. Well, right now it is. Again, while Kara is the one being targeted anyways. Thanks for the heal. And I forgot to equip the flame shield on him again anyways, so I got lucky. Alright, we are back up to 18,000 damage done. Unfortunately now, Quake is... basically, the Ferris has a 2 in 3 chance to die every cycle. Because Quake and Maelstrom are in the same turn potentially. And yeah, we definitely will have to take some risks. We're already through half of our supply of high potions. Wait. Oh wait, no, we already hasted Ferris. Very efficient. Thanks, Kara. Alright. Moving on. Blaster didn't hit. Probably paralysis that we resisted on the middle characters. Because we are immune to paralysis. You could also try to get away with not healing Lena and Kara as much. Because now I know that Delta attack does not nearly as much damage as I thought it was. Gonna do. Next is a double turn. After the Surge Beam, of course. Actually use an elixir on that. I mean, it's kinda nice, I guess, that the thing is not an automatic game over Maelstrom, because it's not a high chance to hit with that thing. Oh, what? He rolled low last time, and now it was a high roll. We have to revive him now. But also, I kinda wanna just keep your turn for the dance, because your dance is much stronger. Okay, we still dance. It's actually kind of interesting on how Lena starts with her bar already half filled there. Presumably because she was hasted before she died. Okay. Good punches. Still keep dancing, keep dancing. 1898. That was not nearly as good as last time. Wait, why are you guys targeting... Why were you targeting Ferris? You're supposed to always target the same guy. Thanks for knocking her out of confusion. I mean... Next up is another Surge Beam, I guess. No, actually, no. We have one more extra round. Never mind, that was wrong. Good thing... Oh, shoot. Haste. Maybe it's more correct for me to only keep 3 characters alive. Increasing the chance of reflecting. Wow, yeah, this time he just hits like a truck with those. That's so mean. Surge Beam is next, so... That's a problem. Because 2 of my 3 characters are no longer hasted. She didn't even get the high potion up. My goodness. So rude. Oh, I forgot to unequip your shield. Wait, can you just survive this on your own? Hold up. Do I even need the others? Wait, do I even need more than 1 character? That's a double turn gun. Next is a guaranteed targeting. That's never needed any other support? Maybe. Okay, Flame Shield back on. We actually have to spend a turn here to make sure the Flame Shield is actually equipped. Yeah, Tonberry James. Sorry, I didn't read that until just now. I forgot to... It's really funny that Omega gets the default battle music. A little bit, yeah. Yeah, I tend to be very focused on the game during these kinds of games and plays. Surge Beam and Maelstrom, making extra sure. Yeah, I guess I didn't get to attack there. Making extra sure that I am afflicted with HP leak. Honestly, I think the biggest downside here is that Butts is just too slow. He does not get 2 turns during the reflect stuff. But besides that, he's fine on his own. Minus 1575. Next is Surge Beam again. Oh wait, no. Well, it can be. But it could also be Maelstrom. Oh, that was not the double turn. Double turn is next. Use an elixir for this one. He can Surge Beam immediately again. He did. And Maelstrom too. That is so mean. There's nothing I could do there. Okay, anyways. We don't need the entire party. I actually genuinely didn't realize that. But that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? I should only have the character that deals the most damage, which is Butts. Or Lena. The entire reason... I think Lena... What's this guy's speed? Omega has a speed stat of 76. You just have slightly too little agility, dude. You just don't have enough agility. Half of you are expendable. They are. Don't use the tent. The Runex was higher up, wasn't it? There it is. Actually, 3/4 of you are expendable. Do I want a second character maybe still for like general support? But it would need to be a character with a reflect. Otherwise it wouldn't be terribly helpful, would it? Let's have the samurai with a wall ring and the flame shield. Sorry, you don't get to keep the flame shield. Wait, no flame ring. Wall ring and flame shield. Then you get to try... Well, it arguably should be Ferris, because she can at least try to dance as well as a knight. Well, can we make a second dancer work? With a wall ring? The problem is, Lena wouldn't have a flame ring and a wall ring at the same time. I guess she could equip shield, but then I might as well just use a knight as a dancer instead. Without... Okay, this is so awkward. It's so awkward. We just can't quite make it work because I don't get the sword stance up properly. I guess chicken knife would be okay, but again... No, I think... Yeah, no, alright. I think equip shield is correct. Because I can use the chicken knife to punch through the defense. At least somewhat. Wall ring and still equip a flame shield here. with a rainbow vest, so she does extra damage. I think we keep Lena and Butts alive. And funnily enough, we actually want running shoes on you. So you can try to haste these two immediately. Like, I just need to get haste on these two, and then we're good. Right? Alright. If we don't immediately get a haste on the correct party member, we reset. That is one correct party member, we don't reset. So I guess we just wait to heal. Because we need Kara to haste Lena as well. Once we do that... Actually, I don't actually want to have Ferris be alive. Sorry, Ferris, you need to take a nap. Because you're reducing the chances of Lena getting hit by the haste. Let Lena, please. That is not Lena. Lena, please. That is not Lena. Oh hey. Rude. He decided to be mean. Bitching. But we have a solution to this. Combo, indeed. Right. That is not Lena, we reset, I think. Also, Kara does not survive this. No, neither does Ferris. Come on, Kara. We need the haste on the correct people, please. You can take a nap afterwards. No. Fun fact, if Ferris gets a sword stance, she is going to heal Omega because it absorbs every element that is not neutral, to my knowledge. Am I aiming for Shinryu too? Yeah, Shinryu is gonna be way easier. Shinryu we have a knight and we can berserk it. So that literally solves the problem already. Kara? You doing this intentionally by now? Come on, buddy. I guess you get another chance. Alright, sure. Oh. It's one of the few targets that survives that. Come on, hit Lena, please. That is still not Lena. Kara, eventually I would like for you to learn the names of your friends. Admittedly, I'm terrible with names too, so it's fine. Search beam. And 1 in 3 this time. Much better odds. There we go, we hit Lena. Now we just need to keep Lena alive and Butts. And Kara is allowed to take a nap. So is this double turn? It is. And we survived it just fine. In fact, it might actually be beneficial for me to just knock out Kara here, unfortunately for her. So... I'm so sorry, little friend, but... thank you for your help. Equip the rune axe, unequip the shields. I didn't make space at the top. Oh well. And I guess we just wait. Because he's always gonna target himself here. And now we hope for sword stances. Lost 2 coin flips so far. There's 1 coin flip. We won 2,000. It's not nearly as... What? Huh? Why? He rocket punched my characters. That's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to hit the target. That's the entire point of it, isn't it? That's the second time that happened. I figured the previous one was just a fluke. Turns out I was wrong. Targeting is only for 1 attack. But I didn't hit him, did I? I did not hit him before. My goodness, so rude. I did not hit him before. Like, even if that was true. Which it might be. Not saying that it's not true, I'm just saying... I mean, I guess technically I absorbed his MP, but he didn't counter. Might as well try for a cheeky dance. Actually, is it better if Ferris was just KO'd from the get-go? Oh, we did get a cheeky dance. Fun fact that there's more damage than we did the entire previous run. Wait. Doesn't help us, does it? Probably happened as his turn ended and the next one started. It felt like it wasn't his turn yet though. But it's possible that we have like a close enough timer, I guess. Actually, it doesn't matter. We don't have float anymore on butts, so we have to reset anyways. Preemptive strike. Right, that can happen too. He can also back attack us if he feels like it, which is a bit mean. Do I just go for it? I mean, the chicken knife doesn't even deal that much damage. I guess Lena's really just there for extra support. Does that extra support even do anything for me? I don't think it does. Because her damage output is rather weak. Oh right, I had an extra turn to spare. Could have used that. Hit butts, please. Ah. You also don't remember Omega using Atomic Ray on itself to recommend Reflect. No, that's because he targeted himself. When he is targeting himself, his next move specifically goes to what he's targeting, which happens to be himself. That's the entire reason as to why he's using that to begin with, and why we need a Flame Shield on Butts. Butts, please. Perfect. Alright, very good. So the other two can take a nap now. Thanks, Gara. Also, I'm going to keep... Didn't matter. That's a secondary search beam on me. Okay, we're gonna get one attack in, and then I need to remember to re-equip the flame shield after. One sword stance, 2, 4, 3, 2. Mustard bomb. I wonder whether it has to do with mustard bomb. Alright, dance. Thank you. 9999, very good. Does he do this now? Well, we either resisted it or he didn't do it. I'm not gonna do a second dance with Lena, just in case that's something that triggers it. I'm gonna wait here. Oh, you know what? I just realized. Butts could always die if he atomic rays and bounces back right in this moment. So that's actually a problem, isn't it? So maybe it's more correct to revive Kara, just so we have an additional target for a potential bounce back. Anyways, we need to take his turn. So he has a flame shield again. Actually, it didn't matter because Surge Beam is always next, so never mind. That did not matter. Alright, then he is going to use Atomic Ray, Delta Attack or Blaster. Nothing happens. Too bad you can't teach Omega Self-Destruct. No. That would be funny. Okay, next is Rainbow Wind, Emission or Atomic Ray. If he emissions Lena, that would be convenient. That did not happen. Then Surge Beam. Then he gets a potential double turn Surge Beam. I have to heal beforehand, because otherwise he will knock us out with Surge Beam. Targeting. Good luck, everybody. Nice Sword Stance Lena. Good job. 2, 4, 3, 2 damage. And the Mustard Bomb on 512. Flame Shield. No butts, why? Don't hit butts. How inconvenient. Kara doesn't survive an Atomic Ray, unfortunately. Okay, we wait until the Surge Beam happens. Heal up. Next is Surge Beam again. Then it's gonna be his double turn. So we hope that doesn't trigger the 1 in 3 chance for a Surge Beam. Or the other 1 in 3 chance for a Maelstrom. Nice block. Maelstrom only hit one target, that didn't matter too much. Good life. Come on. 1 in 3, come on Kara, I believe. Wrong target. That was the wrong target, unfortunately. I could still dance here. Actually, I think it's the correct move, isn't it? We didn't get it. Oh well. No. Nice block, Kara. You will die to the Surge Beam, unfortunately. But 1 in 3, come on, Kara. 3 tries. Nice, perfect. Thank you very much. Until next time we wake you back up. Good job. You earned your nap. By the way, we are not even a third through this thing's HP, and it's healing itself. It's so mean. Is next up the double turn? No, I think it's gonna be one more, isn't it? Probably should heal butts. Gonna wait. Surge Beam again. And again, we have to heal Lena and Butts, because he can't just Surge Beam again. Now let's just hope he doesn't Maelstrom us. If it does, we prioritize rescuing Butts. Oh. Right. I forgot about that part. You know, if Butts only gets one attack in anyways, maybe this is fine. maybe we just wake him up every time he gets a chance to attack. Yes, I think this is correct. Wait, I'm a dingus. I needed to attack there beforehand. Oh, goodbye. Alright, we race. Okay. Wrong one, Kara. But yeah, I like the idea better of just only keeping Butts alive anyways. It's technically just not necessary to keep anybody else alive. So, sorry Ferris. Improving my odds here. But actually, just keeping Butts alive would mean I need to dance without the double power. Because if I dance with double power, I don't have a shield, of course. Which would be decidedly less than ideal. Anyways, I guess Butts got haste, so... That's fine. Try again. Maybe good Lena. Did not get Lena, that's okay. It's such night and day compared to Megas last night in GBA. Rude. I'm gonna use Lena's turn to heal. But actually, I think I need to set this up differently. I need a character that is fast enough to get a full power sword stance in, and then equips the shield before Omega moves. And Butts is just slightly too slow. The problem is, I don't have Knight or Samurai mastered on Kara, which would be by far the fastest character. But I think we need just like a tiny bit of extra speed. Maybe actually mastering Dancer would kinda do the trick on Butts. If we master Dancer, then he would get extra speed out of that. How much speed does a Dancer get? Dancer gets... oh, only 3 speed, I think. Wait, no, it gets 5 speed. That probably would make the difference. You just spam calm. Oh yeah, right. If you has a Beastmaster, then that's easy. Kind of like using a bird, then that's also easy. Yeah, if Butts masters Dancer, he would be able to do that. I can't really give him fire immunity. Well, how much damage was that? About 1,700, right? And some change. If Butts had Shell, he actually would survive Atomic Ray. So we could set it up that the Wonder Rod gives us Shell. We let everybody go down aside from Butts after he gets hasted. And then he would survive Emission as well as Atomic Ray. I think that's gonna be my solution. Alright, let's go down. We set up the Wonder Rod, so it's going to cast Shell next. I mean, the extra speed would help too. And at that point, I guess I'm not really too worried about maximum HP anyways, either. Then again, Lena is like the character that has Knight mastered, and she's pretty close to mastering Dancer. So we could actually aim for her to master Knight and Dancer and turn her into the freelancer that's gonna dance on Omega's nose. That's also a solution. She does have less maximum HP to work with. Anyways, I think I'm gonna take a break and figure this out as we go, and we'll come back after the break. It's gonna be about 15 to 20 minutes. I need to get some food, and we'll see. Break time. Alrighty, I'm back. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Hello, everybody. So, this is the part where it would be very convenient if we had Kara be our best buddy for high speeds. The second highest speed is Ferris. I don't actually know whether we need that extra speed. Lena is almost fast enough just purely as a dancer, but not quite. Then again, we would not be able to give her any extra speed beyond that, so I think we do need a little bit of extra speed. So I guess the plan here is going to be Master Knight on Ferris, and then she does have Dancer already mastered, and that's how we'll be tackling Omega here. So for this we're gonna go into the void, I would say. So, consequently, we'll just want to start running away from combat again, as I guess is more or less usual. I don't necessarily plan on fighting random enemies around here. Who has the chicken knife? You probably, yeah. Yeah, you just run away with the chicken knife. So, we would like to have a lot of ability points. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure that does not encounter Omega in combat. But it did spook me for a second. Right, we're gonna go into the void, which means we need to briefly get rid of Twintania, which is gonna be relatively easy. You can roll Freelancer, that's kind of boring. Actually, it's quite the opposite. Freelancer having the ability to equip absolutely every piece of equipment makes it a surprisingly interesting class, I will say. Like, you might think it's boring, but genuinely it is quite the opposite. Like, it seems like a bland class because it doesn't get any abilities. But because you inherit the passives and the stats of the other characters, there's also some additional strategy of aiming to master various job classes, even if their later abilities might not be even all that interesting or useful. I mean, here it also inherits every job class passive as well. You can't switch jobs around? Yes, unless you play a natural job restriction in the Job Fiesta. You're always allowed to switch all the characters' jobs around as much as you'd like. As long as you have at least one of each one of the jobs you rolled in your party, you're free to do whatever. So, weirdly enough, and I understand the initial sentiment, weirdly enough, the Freelancer ends up being one of the more interesting classes to have in this kind of setting. Because being able to equip everything is genuinely quite a strong ability. Preemptive strike. Chicken knife, run away. Okay, just normal run away after hitting with a chicken knife, that's fine too. Briefly save. I guess I could also aim to master Dancer on butts. No, I want the fast characters. So it is gonna be Ferris. Well, funny thing is, Ferris is only like 1 point faster than Lena. I don't think that's gonna make a difference, unfortunately. Oh well. Run away! Run away! Please, run away. There we go. That's the awkward part when you don't have a thief, bard, or a ninja in your team in order to guaranteed run away. It just takes a while every time. Oh yeah, right, I actually need to preserve float on everybody. So I literally can't have anybody die this entire time. Maybe I'll need to backtrack out of here anyways, after the grind. Also, I forgot to... I'm a genius. I didn't equip the insta-kill ability. I also just now realized I think I need to backtrack out of here anyways. Because I didn't actually pick up some of the good weapons from the shrine. Anyways, I guess we can just defeat Twin Tanya the normal way. Let's see. I think Atomic Ray and Snowstorm are equally likely, but I think Snowstorm is stronger. So I'm gonna give you an Ice Shield, move to the front row. This thing has 50,000 HP. Normally you do some shenanigans in order to not have to worry about the 50,000 HP. But in my case, I forgot. I forgot to set up shenanigans. So we do this the hard way, I guess. Alright, Chicken Knife Dance. Sword Stance. This thing can counterattack with Tidal Wave every time I deal any damage to it, so we kind of don't necessarily want to attack with everybody. Ooh, yeah, especially you. You don't deal near as much damage as necessary. Oh. You don't really survive that. And that's Atomic Ray. And I'm not surviving Giga Flare either. Do I have any other solutions to this one? I do, actually. Alright. We have a magic lamp. So, Butts needs to get a turn. We're gonna use the Wonder Rod to reset the encounter. Alrighty. So, we need to get a bit lucky here. Let's equip the Aegis. You already have the Aegis Shield equipped, that's good. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use the magic lamp 3 times. Well, twice, initially. And we need to hope Twin Tanya does not counterattack with Tidal Wave, because it will knock out our characters. Well, at least one of them. Right, got lucky on the first one, does not counterattack with Tidal Wave. Magic lamp number 2. And there's the counterattack, but we should be fine now. Just need to heal up. That's okay. I'll need to backtrack out of here anyways, so characters going down is fine. Next is 2 Wind Slashes. Or Mind Blasts, I think that's the equivalent. I'll have to heal actually. So next, Twin Tanya is about to transform. Oh, after this Wind Slash, Twin Tanya will transform. Right now, there it is. And we're going to just use the last charge of the Magic Lamp to knock it out, because while it is charging up for Giga Flare, Twin Tanya is vulnerable to all sorts of instant death attacks. And the third charge of the Magic Lamp just happens to be one of those. And since I want to backtrack out of here anyways, I might as well use the Magic Lamp here and then recharge it a little bit later. So I suppose we might be finishing this run tomorrow, because it's gonna get kinda late if I try to do this today. The downside of starting the stream as late as I do, huh? My own damn fault. Alright, let's give you guys, like, proper weapons. Rune Axe, Ribbon, Rainbow Suit. You get Eclipse Sword, so you deal extra damage. Running Shoes, Ribbon. I don't know why they eclipsed the Dark Hood over the Ribbon. It's kinda weird. It doesn't even have more defense. Alright, you get Double Grip. You already have Double Grip, good. Then you get Double Grip too. You don't have Double Grip right now. Running Shoes. Strength Armor for extra power, Excalibur. Alrighty. I guess we could also try to steal from Gilgamesh in the meantime. But in the Void, all encounters give a lot of ability points, and that's exactly what we're looking for right now. Admittedly, Lena doesn't need that many more, I guess. You can turn Butts into the dancer afterwards. So maybe he will master it beforehand. Also, I guess we just arrive here right now. That's fine. So we're gonna give our fastest character the Thief's Dagger. Wait, no we don't. Excuse me, we don't do that. We're gonna give our guy that can equip the Thief's Glove the Thief's Dagger. So we can steal from Gilgamesh here. Thief's Dagger has a 1 in 3 chance to trigger the steal attack command whenever you attack with it normally. The Thief's Glove doubles the chance when it triggers from 40% to 80%. And we got the Genji Shield. Genji Shield is 50% physical block chance. So if we are minute, that basically means it's effectively a 100% chance to block. There's actually a tiny chance that you get hit anyways. I don't know whether it's like a 1% chance or whether it's a 1 in 256 chance or whatever it exactly is. But there is a slight chance that we would still get hit there. Wonder Rod? No, that's not what I'm looking for my Rune Axe. The downside of being able to equip so many things. Bonk. Dance. Bonk. We're in the back row, by the way. Those are back row numbers. You only need to deal, I think, 7,000 damage to Gilgamesh before he comes to his senses and recognizes us. And I guess we might as well go and knock out Necrophobe too. Just so we get the extra ability points from there. Actually, do I have a good strategy against Necrophobe? We survive Flare and Holy on 3 characters. Once. And I suppose we have enough damage to nuke the barriers before they can do that too many times. Although then phase 2 is gonna be a bit ugly. Well, maybe. Hey, yes, Grunt. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Alright, everybody move to the front row so we can battle things. And if we get a Crystal Dragon, that would be ideal too, because those have the common steel for Elixir. And I guess the rare steel for a Dragoon Spear. I guess I could also use Dragon Whisker Whip, now I think about it. But yeah, our objective is to actually knock out some of these enemies here. I think Necromancers are not flagged as heavy, so I think Phoenix Stones work on them. Maybe, maybe not. Right, they could be petrified, I think that's what it was. Necromant. No? It should work. Oh, they have 50% magic evasion. That's probably why it didn't work. So the chance to not get nuked by this is pretty decently high. And again... Oh no, they don't take extra damage from this. That's just money. Zombie powder. How rude. And one more down. How doubly rude. Good dodge, Capra. Yeah, we used a lot of unnecessary resources here, I would say. So, let's try this again. I guess you're too low level to guild us everything. Yeah, I also don't have enough money. Then again, these enemies here give a lot of money for what it's worth. I could use an elixir on the guy. Let's hit the guy in the back. You just dance. Sword stance will probably just knock him out. Yep, definitely. You have 6,900 HP. And this is 26 ability points. Carol and Giltas. We also could try to steal a second Aegis shield from these guys if we want to. That is an option. Oh, apparently they have over 10,000 HP. I actually was not aware of that. Atomic Ray. Rude. 4 high potions down the drain. Yeah, they have a rare steal for Aegis shield. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to go to Necrophobe. We can do that later when I'm ready to actually knock him out as well. Sword stance. Goodbye. Come on, sword stance again. That's backwards. I don't think I want to attack with her because she's gonna reduce the damage from sword stance if/when we get sword stance. Oh, actually, mystery bolts on undead enemies is a bad thing for Butts because he would give away his MP that he needs to crit. Alright, equip ribbons on Lena. So she has mastered the dancer already. That was actually much faster than anticipated would be. Did I intentionally choose from a no magic party? Nope, that's entirely random. I chose a meteor run, no other additional restrictions, and the Gilgamesh bot, or the Gilgabot, gave me this team. Which is honestly a very, very good team, just for raw damage output. Maybe lacking slightly on the side of trickery, but there's a few things we can do. Actually, no, it's pretty good on trickery, thanks to the freelancer. Anyways, Lena is... again, not quite fast enough. Was my plan for Ferris speed? Hey, probably doesn't matter. Did I choose Lena or Ferris? Let's walk back outside. Lena is perfectly suitable for the task. Has no magic been any problem? For the most part, not really, actually, surprisingly. We always had various tools in order to circumvent our challenges. Which again, I found to be rather surprising. Yeah, I think we can prepare Lena. She now has inherited the stats from the Dancer and the Knight, which includes magic power from the dancer as well as a tiny bit of extra boost of agility from the dancer. Both are not much more than the baseline of the normal class to begin with, but it's pretty good. Then we go for dance as well as double grip, so we two-hand weapons. We're gonna turn you back into a dancer for the time being. We've equipped samurai swords. Oh yeah, right. It's not nearly as good as it would be otherwise. It's fine, it's pretty good. Then, who has... I think the Enhancer sword is better than the Rune Axe. Disagree. The Rune Axe always crits. Rainbow suit for sword dance up, ribbon for you, and ribbon for you. You guys can't equip the Dark Hood, can you? It's this medium armor. It's a bit of a shame. Alrighty, full power Lena. Now we just need to get her to float again. And we need more potions. And I want to pick up the weapons outside, and I need to refresh the magic lamp. You guess Rune Axe doesn't benefit from double grip? No, it does. Rune Axe just has a really high variance on how much damage it can do, due to the nature of it. I'd like to run from this encounter, please. Yes, these are spooky enemies. If you hit them with physical attacks that don't kill them, they will counterattack with Knock Silly, confusing my characters, which is notably the main status effect that not immune to on any character. Is equipped katana doing anything for you? Yes, equipped katana gives you the samurai's strength. So the dancer here that Butts has now 52 strength, whereas normally a dancer has only like baseline, what, 30 strength? So we gain a huge boost in strength thanks to equipped swords, or well, equipped katanas or equipped swords. Both actually transfer the strength from the other class over. Alrighty, but I think I'm gonna just walk outside, recharge the magic lamp, grab the items from the castle, and then save, and then continue the rest tomorrow. I figured we would be able to finish this today, but I have to admit, I didn't even think about Omega at all. Like, that was not on my mind when I started, but then I realized, wait, we technically have the tools to defeat it. So, because of that, I kind of, you know, want to defeat it. Because I have the tools for it, so I should try to go for it. At least in my opinion. Anyways, we go up to the back row because I don't really care to... Okay, much else. You don't get the chicken knife. Ferris gets the chicken knife to try and run away with it. And the Genji shield. In this case, I'm actually not equipping the Masamune. Because I'm only interested in just running outside. But yeah, generally speaking, equipped weapons transfer the character's strong stats to the next character. For some equipped weapons, it's kind of straightforward. Where, you know, equip swords. You need strength in order to wield swords, so you gain the nice extra strength. For equipped whips, you actually get both the agility and the strength of a Beastmaster, if I'm not mistaken, which is kind of peculiar, because the Beastmaster does not have particularly good agility. However, it's still useful on a character like, let's say, the Berserker, because they still benefit from a tiny bit of a boost to their agility from the Beastmaster too. The Equip Harps gives you the magic power and agility from a Bard, which is actually rather substantial. trident. Isn't that a rare steel? You decided to run Enki bot this year, so you don't get overwhelmed in the crit again. Yeah, it's a really nice information tool from what I've seen. Well, that seems like a good choice to me. Alright, we're gonna wait until Omega gets out of the way. As usual, as long as you don't look at Omega, he doesn't know you're there. You know? Little kids, hide and seek rules. If I don't see you, you don't see me. And it actually works here. Just gonna wait until he steps one more step away. There we go, and this should be safe. There's a super rare katana steel from a super rare enemy near the castle. Yes, I think the... Well, it's not actually that rare of an enemy. But I think they are like outside, on top of the castle, if I'm not mistaken. And there's these Yoshinbo, or samurai bodyguard kind of enemies that have like the Murazame as a steel. I actually have no idea what that thing can do. But it is a weapon that exists. You remember farming it a long time ago? I don't remember what it does. Probably crit rate? Well, let's take a look. Murazame. It's also a rare... Oh wait. No, that must be a different weapon I'm thinking of, because the rare swords drop is from Twintanya's second form. It's a drop, not a steal. Huh. I'm probably thinking of the wrong thing then. The Murazame has 97 attack power, which is not that impressive at this point. With a 25% chance to crit, which I guess is higher than all of the other samurai weapons. You think she means Murakuma? Might be Strato in this version. Murakuma. Neither of which appear in my little document. Big document. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a bunch of really interesting and fascinating steals at this late stage in the game. It's very true. That's just rude. We get ambushed by mushrooms, somehow. They're kind of frozen to the ground, but we get ambushed anyways. Ferris gets hit twice, hard, and we run away. How did Ferris come back to us? You know, for occasions like this, we just have a fishing rod, and we put some heat-seeking bacon at the end of it. Then we hook Ferris on the... what do you call it in English? On her muffler. Back over. That's clearly how that works. Would be so much better if I knew English words. Yeah. It's okay. Oh wait, wrong way. Scarves? Yeah, scarf actually, there we go. Scarf is kind of... I was going for... not necessarily scarf, but you know how some shirts, or like the slightly more formal shirts have these little bends near the neck piece? That's kind of what I was thinking of. Collars. Yes, I think that's actually accurate. I believe that's what they're called. Which is a bit of a weird thing to say if I were to say color, because that almost sounds like she's a dog. Or something like that, which is not my intention. But I think color is still correct though. Period. Interesting enough. Also, by the way, the chests I'm not picking up in this room contain an ether, a high potion, and a cottage. No idea which one is where. Just kind of approximately what's in those chests. I guess it might just be one of these things where, as a non-native English speaker, I learn the meaning of various words in a certain order, even if they have multiple meanings at times. So the first meaning of color is just ingrained in my brain because of it. Crush. That's 920 damage. When we were in the back row, by the way. Right, we're almost outside. It's actually quite interesting. Walking in and out of the void always feels like it takes forever in terms of if I think about the journey, but then actually walking in and out it really doesn't take that long, all things considered. You're thinking of dog color, but there's also colored shirts. Yeah, as mentioned, I'm pretty sure you're correct with the color. It's just my brain, when it hears color, it thinks of dog colors. That's just how I learned the English word for color. That's just what I associate with it automatically. Even if it might also refer to other parts of the things you wear. The void is like 3 to 4 dungeons on top of each other? Yeah, but only short segments too. Alrighty, what do I need to do? I need to float, I need to magic lamp, and I need to grab... Oh, we don't even have that much money. What the heck? I guess I don't need the flame rings for the strategy I'm going for now. And I guess I really don't have a use for a flame ring or flame sword anymore. Well, technically I could use it to heal myself with it, I suppose. Alright, good enough. A red Joker is a color though. Joker always sounds weird to me because that kind of reminds me of, you know, choking, not having enough air, kind of thing, which seems rather unpleasant. But yeah, I know that's a word as well. That's fair. Let's see, we want to go... Oh, we actually need Yellow Chocobo friend. We need Boko. We actually have to go and grab him again. By the way, do not land in the cave mouth here with the airship. You can do that, but then you're not gonna get your airship back, because if you try to enter your airship, you're just going to land on top of the entrance, and it just puts you into the next room instead of into the airship, and you soft lock. So don't do that. Also, you get a bone mail. Okay. Goodbye. This is the more common encounter in World 3 in this place, X-Death Soul. And it's also the easier one to run away from, so I'm not complaining. Alrighty, so, which weapons do I want? there's a few that we could use, but I think the most important one I want to get is this one. This is Apollo's Harp, and it deals crazy damage to dragons and undead enemies. The main downside is that it's two-handed, so can't really use it with much else. I guess the Assassin Dagger might be a fine secondary weapon for some characters because it has good attack power. Even though its instant death attack is probably not going to come into play all that much. I could also consider Sasuke's Katana, because it has decent attack power, but only our freelancer would be able to equip it. But for our freelancer, I think I would be taking this one instead, for Necrophobe specifically. Because this is Holy Element, and Necrophobe doesn't like that. I think I don't really need any of the others, to be completely honest. But we could... Actually, there's one that is gonna be useful, now think about it. There is one that's gonna be useful, and that's this one. Because if you use it as an item in combat, it will revive an ally. Oh, I need to put another tablet down. It will revive an ally as if you cast the Raise spell from the White Mage. And Raise, notably, revives your character with much less HP than a Phoenix Down. Which is good if we want to try and put allies into critical HP for the knight to cover with. Besides that, there's not really a whole lot we would want to use. I guess a Fire Whip to use from the back row. But then again, I could also use the Yoichi bow for that. Are you allowed to skip Necrophobe? Yes. You don't have to fight Omega or Shinryu either. The only requirement, well, the only objective actually, is to defeat X-Death. Anything else besides that is entirely optional. Necrophobe is easy enough with this team anyways, that we shouldn't have any trouble, I don't think. Right. We don't have the last tablet, so we can't even pick up the last weapons if we wanted to. But I don't really worry too much about these. We have the good ones now. X-Death Soul, goodbye. If you defeat this guy, he's undead by the way, you do get a Dark Matter as your reward. Guaranteed. It's one of the few ways to get Dark Matters farmed in this game. Actually, this might be the only proper way, realistically. Right. Going here, where we originally found the magic lamp, refills our magic lamp back to full. It now has all the charges again, instead of continuing after Odin. So, ... Soon indeed. So, we only need float on one character, realistically. Maybe I come up with a more clever solution to this. Omega battle. That involves everybody having float, so we might as well go back to get float from a stingray. Which is arguably the easiest way anyways. Main thing is, I never remember where the heck the stingrays are. Oh, in the bottom right here. Here. It's a rare encounter, so it's gonna probably take a bit. We're also gonna put our best dancing shoes on. And also notably, do not equip dancer equipment. Because we do want the tempting tango chance. Parking your ship on the entrance of a cave is kind of rude. Yes, I suppose. Also, my prowess at reading chat increases. I'm only 5 minutes late with that message rather than the usual 7. I think I want to actually have the Masamune here. Actually, it doesn't matter. Well, it matters for back attacks, I guess. Normally it matters because the sea ibis enemies are absurdly fast and usually get to whack you before you get a turn. But we have haste, so we do get to go before them anyways. We even get to go before they back attack us. It's so weird to put a super strong mob here. I think... I don't remember, it's been a long time since I talked to the NPCs, but I think there's an NPC that hints at this somewhere. But yeah. Oh, there it is. That was fast. Welcome to the team. Tempting Tango immediately confused. That's a 1 in 4 chance for us. Unfortunately, he hits himself, so Tempting Tango immediately confused. It's a 1 in 4 chance for us. But unfortunately, he hits himself again. And we cannot repeat the same song again, unfortunately. So it's done. Not what we need. Let's actually haste Lana for faster dancing. Sword Dance, wrong one. This thing has 30,000 HP, so it's very unlikely that we would be able to knock it out with damage. Although it's possible if we get too many sword stances, then not enough tangos. There we go. Still hit butts because that moved on the same turn. There we go. Thanks, big guy. Goodbye. And everybody's floating. We lose shell and armor, but everybody's floating now. Alrighty, everybody. I'm gonna battle Omega and Shinryu next time. Huh. Figured I would finish this today, but I guess not quite. So everybody, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time, take care and have a good night. Bye-bye.